Nobody thought about him.
Mm.
So nobody cared about whether Teddy, y'all care about it because y'all grew up with that. Y'all grew
Yeah.
up with it. It's almost like saying y'all care about seeing Timmy, Aaron, and Teddy together because you saw it on the album cover. And so you figured, well, Damien don't have to be. Well, matter of fact, no, he does. Because how about if Fordham was in the group? Are y'all crazy? People who say stuff like that, I'm like, y'all gotta be the most idiotical people on the planet Earth if you ever think we're gonna be on stage with us four. That's like doing Blackstreet and doing two different Blackstreets when you had the original Blackstreet. That doesn't make any sense. That's it. Aaron will always be lead singer guy. Teddy Riley will always be the sound of guy, and I'll always be the energy of guy. Always. These cats can't do it what we do. So don't try to do and don't try to emulate us. Don't do that. Just do you. That's all I say to
Yeah.
people. Look, I love everybody that's listening and everybody that's listening with a good ear, that really listens and really assessing this and not being on no stupid, you know, understand what this is real life. This people's real life.
Mm.
I never worked a 9 to 5 job in my life. Never in my life have I worked a 9 to 5 job. I don't know what that feel like. I don't know what it is, and I'm never gonna know what it is because I'm never gonna do it. That give you that real. Look, all I can say, look, for everybody that love Damien or care about Damien or even care about me being part of Guy, thank you. For those that really are not just being followers and listening to some narrative, I want to say thank you for listening to this interview when it come out and you don't judge me because
Yeah.
man can't judge me. Only God can judge me. So I
Yeah.
wouldn't care if you judge me anyway. At the end of the day, I hope you hear me
Yeah.
and you understand that all I want to do is give you music that you can love, is give you an opportunity to get to know me, for me outside of Guy, for you to hear me uh, speak my truth and my disappointment in one of my group members who I love, who I want to be great, but I don't want you knocking me and my brother for the sake of your platform. Know that we love you, bro. I'm not just speaking that. We love you. If we didn't, it'd be a different facet right now going on.
Okay, guys, want to welcome you to another edition of Halftime Chat as we celebrate 6 years. And special guest, this is his third time on the show from the legendary group Guy, Mr. Damion Hall. So hope you enjoy this chat, trying to keep it positive and be able to celebrate his career, his legacy, and talk about things to come. Music.
How are you, sir?
Looking like an African chief.
Come on, man. That's what I am, man. I'm a chief, but come
Yeah.
on, man.
How have you been?
I've been good.
You've been good.
I've been good, man. Been busy, but been well. Thank God.
Yes, yes. So many questions, so many questions. But I mean, it's always, I mean, this is your third time. So in the 6 years I've been on, so for me, it's always a blessing. So I always appreciate you making time. I still remember the last
Yes, sir.
time was just before the Legacy tour, and there was some heavy storms in your area, and you had to you sat on the floor throughout the interview because you wanted to get the right signal. So I've always have
Exactly.
a lot of appreciation for you as well.
Thank
Yes.
you, sir.
Everyone's asking about this new album. You gave us a teaser and then it's gone quiet. What's going on?
Well, look, let me tell you what I did. Um, I did this album. I produced it when in 2023. I had cancer, right? So when I came off the Legacy tour, the whole tour I had cancer, but nobody knew.
Wow.
So I was going through some things doing the tour. I stayed quiet because it really wasn't like I wasn't sick. I wasn't like going through things where I couldn't breathe or move. I felt like I had to go through some therapy. But mentally, I was going through some stuff on the tour. Not anything that negated any professionalism on the tour. When I came off the tour, I had to do an operation. I did an
Wow.
operation called Tulsa Pro. I came off the tour May 2nd of 23. I did an operation on May 9th.
Wow.
During that operation, I had a catheter inside of me, and God woke me up out of my sleep and told me, do your album now. And he shook me, and I was like, I didn't pay attention. The second time he shook me. And like I said, I had a catheter. And when he shook me, he said, do it today. I made a phone call to my boy,
J Hot?
J Soul.
Yeah, J Hot,
No,
yeah.
J Soul.
Oh, J Souls. Okay, that's one dude I don't.
Yeah, I called J Soul and I said, I need to come to your studio today. He said, oh man, you got the money. Whoop, whoop, whoop. I was like, man, shut up. God told me to do it today. I need to come to your studio. Went there. I paid him. We did one song that we had done years ago, previous. And we just retweaked it. I did that song first, and then immediately two songs came to my head. And then God told me, get your nephew and have your nephew unite with you. That's J Hot. I called J Hot on the phone and I said, listen to what I'm about to send you. I'm about to send you a beat. And I was doing a beat with my mouth because we worked real quick. I did a beat. He said, man, that's dope. I said, I need you to follow that and send it to me now. I sent him the beat. He came back with the beat where I can do the song. I ended up doing 3 songs that day immediately.
Wow.
Because the songs were flowing through my head like water. The next probably 2 days, J Hot, I said, you gotta come to Atlanta. He was in Columbus, at his mom's house. I
Mhm.
said, come down. He had told me, oh man, you know you could do this by yourself, man. You really don't need me. So I said, no, no, no. I said, no, I need you because I need to move with somebody that understands how I move. Because during the whole tour, I was in the back of the bus programming beats, just doing music, programming. But when God told me to do the album, he told me don't use anything I did. He said, I'm giving you new stuff. And everything started flowing through my head so fast, beats, melody, lyric. I literally, me and my nephew, we did 52 songs in 40 days. And all of these songs, I refuse to sample because I don't sample. Now, other producers like to sample and all this, and I don't knock that. I think is great. If you mashing up and you sampling stuff, but I don't like sampling in my music. You asked when I gave a snippet in August of 25. I released. I didn't release, but I gave a snippet to Issue and I sent it out to London through my guy Chris Ma, and he sent it to forget the radio station and MBBX One Radio, and they started playing it. So when the guy sent me the clip, he was like, Damion Hall, man, Damion Hall, here with this song, can't believe it. It's you. It's crazy, man. It's nuts, man. God forbid, we miss his voice so much. If we had his brother, if he has a ballot, and maybe he can get his brother on the ballot. If he got a ballot to match this, because this is what we've been missing, real music. And he started playing it I was so happy, and I said, oh, this is gonna be a smash out there. I pulled it. I pulled
Wow.
it because I just wanted to see if people were listening, right? If people all these years, everybody's been waiting for Guy or somebody in Guy to come out with some music,
Yeah,
right? They
yeah.
really wanted new music. They wanted to see what kind of real R&B can come from the group, which would have been extremely ecstatic for everybody because everybody loved Guy so much. Or my brother because he's been out for so long, and then I Miss You was his hit, and or Teddy. If Teddy was to do a record, but when I did this record, and this is what it is, because people always say, "Yo, who produced?" A lot of people came down and flew down to hear this hear the record. And what I ended up doing, because a lot of executives came down.
Mm.
And listen, I played 6 different songs to everybody except for the 2 singles I know I'm gonna drop first. So
Wow.
everybody heard the 2 singles and then 4 different songs. So everybody started talking, but it's behind the scenes because I said, listen, nothing's gonna make me joint venture with anybody right now or try to go find a deal. I don't need to go find a deal. No one has the music that I created. This music came from me, every beat, every melody, every lyric, except 4 songs. The reason why I did 4 songs with other people, A, because J Soul, I love J Soul, Cool Cat, we did 2 songs. And then my nephew said, I got a writer though that's with me. I think it'd be cool. And he sent me a song called uh what's the title? Hold on, let me get my title because everything going through my head. Oh, Other Girls, right?
Okay.
It was called Other Girls, and this like 20-something-year-old cat wrote it. And I got it. I said, he said, I knew you was going. I said, nah, I, I'm not, I'm not doing it because songs was flowing through me so quick. But I say, you know what? Get out the room. Went out the room, and I redid the song. I changed a lot of the stuff so it can fit. I wouldn't take away from the young cat that wrote it or came with the idea and then
Mm.
wrote what he wrote. I didn't want to take because I heard what he was the concept, but I was too old to sing what he
Yeah,
was
yeah, that's what I was
what he
thinking.
was
Yeah.
writing, right? So I changed it up. My nephew came and said, and I started singing it to him. And he was like, oh, that's fire. I said, cool. And the young man hear it and he's like, I love it. Thank you. Da da da. Cool. Did that song, and then I did 2 songs um, that came from Ray Lavender.
Oh, wow.
Probably go into that later, but yeah, funny, right? But came from Ray Lavender, but the songs I didn't like the fullness of the songs, so I flipped the verses, some of the chorus, sent it back to Ray because I wouldn't let nobody hear stuff when I did it. And I sent it back to him because I wanted to say, look, if you don't like it, cool. I won't even do it because I didn't need the record. But I liked the record. I liked the concept of the record.
Mm.
And I sent it to him. He said, man, that's fire. I said, cool, done. Boom, paid him, did the record. So out of 52 songs, literally 48 of those records was solely written by me,
Wow.
produced by me, and and sung by me. So this record can't nobody else take no credit for it. My nephew Jay Hot is one of the best producers on the planet,
Mm.
and God wanted me to use him with me because He knows me. Like out of everybody that I I could have went to anybody, but the way we flow,
Mm.
He knows how quick I work, and I don't like doing technical stuff. I just don't like doing it. I like coming up and creating the music, and then I know what I want to hear. I know how I want it to sound, and he is phenomenal at that. So when people hear this record, they're going to hear the best R&B album that they've heard, and it ain't me saying it. Look, I know God. I know God gave me this record. God wrote it. God produced it. He used me. He used my nephew as conduits to put this great body of work together. No
Wow.
one has a better R&B album than me. I know it. I say it loud. I say it proudly, and the world will see soon because now I'm setting up. God told me, do not release this record. That's why I pulled it. Do not release this album until 2026.
Okay.
And I said, okay. I said, cool, I won't. Now I'm setting up big things that's about to happen. Starting May on, people are going to start seeing a lot of Damion. And I'll leave it at that because I'm very quiet about how, because a lot of people like to spit venom on you before you begin. And in this industry, the industry now, you have 3.5% of music that's of new music that charted. Everybody that's doing something is old school cats doing they tours. Everything is political now. Everybody is so edgy, on edge. Nobody wants to help anybody out. Everybody think they bigger than everybody else, and it's sad. So it's seeing R&B go by the wayside to Southern soul or in recent Afrobeat, and you sit back and you go, nothing's better than R&B, not to me. And I say, you know, R&B is the core of soul, going back to Sam Cooke, Donny Hathaway, James Brown, Prince, Confunction, The Whispers, you know, Temptations, and then coming to our time, Prince, Michael Jackson, Charlie Wilson. You go and then you see what R&B is doing now. Everybody's on tour,
Yeah.
and those that did new albums, their body of work didn't do anything. The body of work, you might have heard singles you like, and you go, okay, this is a single, all right, cool. Everybody's using the same sample, right? Everybody's sampling. And so for me, I go, when you are creative and when you really tap in, there's so many phenomenal producers and writers out there that have, you know, major hits on superstar groups. And then you listen to these records, you go, if all these records are out, why are the same people, you're hearing about the same people all the time? It doesn't make sense. And for me, I think because people are afraid to just be creative and let that gift flow within them and just say, okay, let me just do great music. Let me not think about who I'm trying to compete with and who I'm trying to sound like and who did the best hit, who stayed on the charts for 16 weeks or whatever, got the number one song. Just do good music. I'm not worried about anything because you know, people haven't seen me, haven't heard from me, and that's good. I like it like that.
Yeah,
You
I
know.
think, I mean, you kind of skipped over the fact that you were on a major tour, which was probably one of the top 10 tours, the Legacy Tour of 2023, and you was with cancer, and you still went out and performed. That and no one knew. I mean, did you were you worried that if it came out that it would sort of have an negative impact on the performance, or how did why did you sort of keep that to yourself?
You know what? Because I never tell people my personal business. My kids didn't even know I had cancer. You know, I don't. You know, for me, it wasn't about the impact of the tour because the only reason why we went on that tour is because I made a promise to Ronnie and Mike. We were working on this for years. This is facts. We was working on trying to get Guy back on the road with New Edition, like all of Guy, all of New Edition on the road with each other for a minute, and then I promised him that I would do this legacy tour, and we did it. I don't look. I love being on the road. I love being together with my brother and Teddy, and doing what we do. And if I feel good about something, I just go with it. You know what I'm saying? I think it was a phenomenal tour. I love the fact that um, New Edition are back and truly moving as a unit. Because when you move as a unit, you see how the blessings start to come. It don't matter what you do individually.
Mm.
You know, when you can, they all have had their own career as group members and solo artists within New Edition, from Johnny to Ralph to Bobby and to BBD,
Mm.
right? And so when you look at that, that's great within itself. But when you see them as a unit,
Mm.
that's where you started. That's what people feel. This
Mm.
is this is what everything's about. and to see the accolades they get, especially on his last tour too, on the tour with Tony and Boyz II
Voice to
Men.
Man. Yeah.
It's a phenomenal movement. They look great. They sound great. Everybody's there. They're selling out. I think it's a top 5 tour this year. So I love being on the tour. So I don't think the cancer didn't. What cancer did for me was enlighten me. Sometimes God got to get your attention and literally slow you down, even within yourself, to see things clear
Mm.
or clearer, right? Um, I never thought, even though cancer runs in my family, literally through my whole family, I didn't think I would catch it because I'm 50 and fit. I'm working out. My body's on point.
Mm.
I feel great. I felt great on the tour. There's nothing stopped me. I looked great. It worked out. Um, Things occurred for me after I did the operation. That's when my body started going through different aspects. Because before cancer, nobody also knew that I had 300% blood clots through my whole body.
Wow.
So there was 100% blood clots in my right leg, 95% in my left leg, and I had 75% blood clots in both of my lungs. And during that time, I did the '90s Block Parties tour, and I also did the first New Edition tour that we did, and the Legacy tour, because those I still had the blood clots flowing when I had cancer, but I didn't have any symptoms. So the hospital kept in, you should be dead. There's no way you should be alive right now because what's going on in your body does not happen to people. You don't survive that.
Mm.
I didn't tell anybody because if I said this to everybody or came out and said, I want to tell everybody to pray for me and watch
Mm-mm.
over me, I don't do my life like that. Like I said, I tell my kids would have stopped working, stopped with their life, stopped everything just to come with their dad and be around their dad. And there was nothing to be around because I wasn't in the hospital like, help me. I was
Mm.
never. And that's what the doctor kept saying to me. You should be on a ventilator. You shouldn't be talking, walking, nothing. How you're doing this, we don't understand. And I found out that you can say this because I said it on my IG when I went through cancer. I did one interview, not an interview. I came out on IG and I spoke to everybody. Please go get checked. And I told
Yeah, I
people
remember hearing that. Yeah.
every aspect of what I was going through in depth, right? Where most people wouldn't say half of the stuff I said on that IG. I said everything because I have nothing to hide and I don't wish this on my worst enemy, and I don't even have enemies. I don't wish on my worst enemy because this changes you as a man, as a person. It can mentally play with you if you're not strong in Christ, if you're not strong enough to really understand
Mm.
what is you're going through, because it's a mental thing. If you give into it, you're gonna go through, man, I'm in chemo, I'm in this, I'm doing that, I'm off, I gotta go back. It came back, I'm not this. I wasn't even thinking about none of that. I'm like, look, listen, got it. I don't have it now. Other things I'm doing to make sure I maintain and be cool, but I don't think about it like that. I just move through life and I listen to God now because, like I said, the world is changing.
Mm.
The world is changing. And I haven't been on the road since May 9th, right? Since I had the operation. No one has seen me or my brother. People have seen Teddy, but no one has seen me and my brother. And I don't think people really, do I say people care? My people care about me. You know what I'm
Mm.
saying? My people care about me, and my children care. So that's all I think about. I don't really think about anything else. Like I said, when it come down to um, listening to God and really paying attention
Mm.
to what He wants you to do, I love the business. Right? I'm a business person first. So people can say a lot of things, but I'm a business person. Everybody that know me know I'm a business person. I handle business, right? I don't sit around and play the games and sugarcoat and this and the other. And what it is what it is. And so when like I said, my album is extremely important to me, which is why I didn't hurry up. A lot of people can just throw out music. You just throw it out there and see what happens. I don't need to do that. Like I'm an old school cat. I really am an old school cat. And I understand AI, and I understand how you promote it and what it is. Like I got a great team behind me. I changed up everything. I changed up my whole squad on purpose because I said anybody that's not 100% Damion, you can't play with me because I'm not coming out here disrespecting the brand I come from, which is Guy. B, my family last name Hall. I don't. That's a strong name there. It ain't something you can't confuse it unless you're just trying to be stupid. Like you can't confuse who Aaron Hall, Damion Hall, and my brother Tara Hall is. People know who we are, and so I don't play games with that. My dad is a king. I'm a king, and I don't sit around uh, trying to be like anybody else or care what anybody else may think about me, because when you live in this life, you're born, and then this is life right here in the middle, and then you die. We all one day that's going to happen to all of us, right?
Mm.
It's the middle part that we get to enjoy and find ourselves in. You get to find your loved one, have children, find a job or workforce that you like being in, a passion,
Mm.
finding your purpose. And my purpose, people will think, man, purpose was to be famous and be in a group. No, my purpose is to make sure I follow what God asked me to follow.
Mm.
And for close to 40 years, it was making sure that, and I always tell people, am I my brother's keeper? Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Yeah.
So I stay in that zone. You know what I'm saying?
How, I mean, are you right now fit, able to be on that, to go do your famous dance moves and perform, or is it still you're still in rehab and still recovering?
No, I think like anything, when you go through cancer, you're always in recovery. It's like being a drug addict. You know what I'm saying? It's like
Wow.
it's like being a drug addict or alcoholic or having some kind of being a sex addict or something. Like once it's there, it's always tapping at you, right?
Mm.
It's always, you got to make sure you put the right things. You got to make sure you're working out. You got to
Okay.
make sure you're doing these things.
Mm.
So can I tour? Yes, if I wanted to tour, I can tour. Am I a person that will say right now? Because I get calls all the time, like, yo, let's go on, let's tour now. It's like, because I want to be 100%. I think the
Mm.
better question is, are you 100%? No. Will I be 100% by the time I'm ready to come out and do what I do? Absolutely.
Okay. Okay.
Absolutely. I'm not, look, people think I weigh 207 pounds now. I don't look like it, right? People see me outside when I go out and say, man, you still look good. You still working out. I'm like, I'm really not. I haven't touched a weight in 2.5 years, close to 3 years, ever since the operation. Right, this is going on 3 years, May 9th. I
Mm.
haven't worked out or did anything because my body couldn't do it. Right.
Mm.
So when I could not, it's not that I didn't want to, because everybody know I'm a workout maniac.
Mm.
I train people. I'm serious about, I'm the most, I'm the worst person to come to saying, man, I can't work out, man. I got a stomach, or I can't do. I'm the worst person to come and say that to, because I believe that when God gives you the body that He gives you this self, right,
Mm.
to use, and then He puts soul and life into you.
Mm.
That you have to respect the vessel that he put you in and make it the best you possibly can. All
Mm-hmm.
because you slim don't make you healthy, and of course you fat don't make you not healthy. You
Mm-hmm.
understand?
Yeah.
There are big people who are healthier than people that you think look great. This is just the facts. So for me though, because this again, I'm talking strictly for Damien.
Mm-hmm.
I'm serious about taking care of yourself,
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
eating right, working out. I don't play that game. I don't look. I'm about to be 58. I don't look 58. You know what I'm saying? I, and I don't act 58. Not that that means anything. Here, I might be over 58 because my brain, God give me wisdom. I'm super. I don't play games with this, and I don't play games with my heart.
Mm.
Anything might come up my mouth. I might say some of the craziest stuff sometime to my friends, to my people, out of my mouth. And but they love me because I'm only Damien. Like what you hear from Damien is exactly you'll hear it 20 years down the road. I might say it different. I might come at it, approach it differently. But you're gonna get. He said, man, he's the same way. He said this when he was 15. He said this when he was 25. He said this when he was 35. He said when he 50. Like I don't change who I am. And anybody that sees that differently are people that don't know me. You know,
Mm.
that you just or you hating, and that's fine too. I don't live for people to like me or love me. Those who love me love me. Those who like me like me. Those who do both do both. And I know me though. I
Mm.
can look you in the eye and tell you how I feel about you and tell you what's really going on. It's not I don't have to create a story or create some kind of, you know, thing for somebody to enjoy so that they can feel for you or something. I don't do that. I don't like people
Yeah.
that do that. And I don't do that. I just because I think when you're on a journey and God places you on that journey, there are a lot of people that sometimes come within that walk that try to stop you from getting to where God really wants you to go, right? And then it allows everybody else to start creating their own narratives
Mm.
on things, and you start wondering, well, is it this, is it this, is it that, is it that? I'm like, once God give you a gift, it's your gift. Can't no man take that gift from you. He
Mm.
can't. You know what I'm saying? Like, can nobody tell you, you know, don't interview anybody and because you ain't gonna get nobody to come and interview you because who are you? You'd be like, what? And then I've been around watching you, right?
Mm.
Grow,
Yeah.
grow, and how everyone now wants to be on your platform and interview with you. I'm quite sure when you first started, you didn't think that was going to truly happen.
No, of
You know what I'm
course.
saying?
Yeah.
You was just a lover of music. It's a different thing. So if you listen to people tell you, man, ain't nobody care about you doing it. Ain't no, then where would you be now? So for me, when I first did it with you, I was like, look, I love to see people doing things. And during that time, I think it was during COVID,
Yeah, it
right?
was.
During that time, everybody was trying to be everything. Everybody's a psychologist. Everybody's a fitness. Everybody's an interviewer. Everybody, everybody know how to produce, DJ. You got more DJs now out there that ain't got no influence, but they can DJ now because they bought the equipment and they just wanted to be part of something. And I just, I think it's great. And then you have people that became phenomenal in doing these skits, and I big up to Country Wayne because I think he's one of the real cats during that time that started this whole vertical trend of doing things. And now look at him and look at the people that he's helping. I think when you know what you're doing
Mm.
and God leads you that way, you just got to follow his lead and watch what happens. And I'm in that zone at this point. I've never been in that. I've always kept God first, but I've never been in a zone where let me put Damien first now. Let me see what Damion Hall can do. You know, and that's the zone I'm in right now.
I think I mean, maybe people might not be aware that you come from a Christian family. Your dad's a bishop.
My dad was a assistant pastor and a minister.
And then you,
My brother's a bishop
oh, your
and
brother.
a prophet. Yes,
Yes, in fact, one of our guests was saying, it says your brother's a renowned prophet in America. Do you get a chance to reconnect with him? This was Live Life Out in Germany, and I didn't realize that you had a brother who actually was big in the ministry.
absolutely, absolutely. He's been big since 12. He was 12 years old when God called him to the ministry. Um, what people don't understand, God called all three, meaning when I say all three of us, Todd, myself, and Aaron. But we all took different routes. Of course, me and Aaron are in the same route, but Aaron was doing what he do. But we all have that within us. Todd, when he was called, he took the mantle and ran with it, and I'm glad he did because he is phenomenal. Um, and I don't want to say what he does. I mean, when God calls you to do something,
Mm.
the best thing to do is take heed to it, right?
Yeah.
Um, as humans, you got to deal with that yourself. How I mean, it goes for anybody, right?
Mm.
If God called you to do something, you have to pay attention because if God leads you, the end of the day is greatness.
Mm.
The end of the day is greatness. Only you know. Um, only you know if you are going through the unnecessary. Um, if you're going through the unnecessary in your life, but when you are on that pulpit or you're in front of the people, ain't nobody judging you. You just got to give the people what God's telling you to give them.
Mm.
My brother does that very well, extremely well. You know what I'm saying? Like he touched every time I'm out. If somebody say, "Oh man, I I I just saw your brother," I know exactly who they're talking about. I'm not saying, "Oh you saw Aaron." I'm going, "Oh, you talking about you saw Todd." Because there's a certain way people approach me when they thinking about Aaron and when they think about Todd. You know what I'm saying? So I already know what that is, and they both in a positive way. It's just a different approach. So when I hear it, I go, "Yeah, you're talking about Todd. Yeah, talking about my brother Todd. Oh, talking about Todd." But we all grew up in that aspect. My dad um, raised us well in the church. We had to go to the prayer 24, whatever. I used to call it 24-hour prayer service. And you sitting there in the pew and they praying all night. You're like, oh my goodness, what is going on here? You go to church. We all play. We was the musicians. You got Aaron on the bass, Todd on the organ, me on the drums, and then and then Aaron played and Todd was on the drums and I had a bass burst and I was like, I feel that. So I just love the
Mm.
drums. But Todd and Aaron can play various instruments. I can dibble dab, but I'm more of a percussionist. I can do all things drums, percussion, anything with skin on it. I can play
Mm.
it, right? So, but yeah, I don't think I would be where I'm at or who I am if I wasn't raised in the church,
Mm.
um, because there are two sides of me for sure. It ain't because I'm a Gemini neither. I like to make that clear. Let me let me make that clear. It's not because I'm a Gemini. It's because I think everybody got two sides of them, but my two sides are very extreme in nature. Where I'm business. Maybe I might even have three. I might mess up here. I might have three. I'm business, which is that thing where I say am I my brother's keeper type thing. Like, yeah, I got to make sure that I'm good so that he can always be good no matter what. Um, and then there's if you bother anybody that is attached to me, you will have a problem, and I that's a guarantee. Without any blinkage of that, you will have a problem. And then there's the third person that just likes to just enjoy life. Really, I love people. I love seeing people win. I want people to win. And I go back to doing the COVID times when I was doing interviews with people that I didn't even know. Nobody knew. I was like, who the hell are you? Like, why am I even allowing you to talk to me? You know what I mean? Like, I'm talking about anybody, right? It's
Mm,
like, but I saw that during that time people needed, and I'm just one of the many people that people wanted to talk to. Um, but people needed that. And
mm.
then it was great that people found their thing, their purpose, like a different part of themselves. Because some people was introverts. I think COVID made them extroverts,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Behind the screen, you could be anybody. Like,
yeah.
I'm Superman. You're like, oh, okay. You Superman. All right, great. And so you're Superman. Let's go. Like, people say, why did you stop doing what you did then when I was doing all of my D Truth segments? I would
Mm-mm.
go on and just be on for 3-4 hours playing records and talking about politics and talking about life. And
Yeah.
I would have thousands of people on just watching me. And I'm going, imagine if I thought kept that going. You know what I mean? Like, but it wasn't my purpose. So,
Mm,
I don't think about that now. There's so many things going on. I thank God for, again, staying with the church aspects. I'm glad that Aaron started in church singing with Hezekiah Walker and these variable uh, uh, churches and
yeah. I mean,
choirs.
Stanley Brown, the
You know,
producer, said that yeah, Aaron was in the choir with him back in the day.
absolutely. They was in Hezekiah Walker's choir together.
Yeah.
And Stanley, that's when I mean, woo, those were the times, late 80s, early 90s, where Stanley was on the organ. You had Gerald Haywood on the drums. Um, I want to say Eric on the bass, Earl on the bass. Oh my God! I mean, they used to play commercials. Like, dun, 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 dun. You hear these different changes during the gospel licks, and I'm like, woo! We loved it. Like when I say we used to love the musicals, and man, I'm very happy because that stirred my brother to find his purpose and to find his voice as well. Being in that, and then going back to Todd, being young and then studying the Word of God the way he studied it, and we all have that big personality, right? We all have that alpha big personality
Mm.
that people connect to. So when Todd started doing what he doing, then opening up the vessel more for God to really shine within his spirit, and then he really tapped into that gift. Forget about it. He's out of here now. It is what it is. It's like, you know, I always tell people I never really wanted to sing. I used to cry when we used to call the Hall Brothers, and we used to be on in front of the church in different various churches singing. We got the Hall Brothers here. And I go up there. I used to go up there, cry, and me, Todd, there, and I'm crying. I'm singing real high. I had a high voice, and I'm singing. We singing. Oh my God, they singing, and I'd be crying. Jesus, say I love you, Jesus. Whatever the song was, right? I'm just singing, and it was funny. I knew that I wanted to be a martial art. I take martial arts. I took it 25 years. I love martial arts. I wanted to be a martial arts fighter on movies and stuff like
Oh,
that. Like, and
wow.
then I wanted to be on the business side because I was one of the youngest traders on Wall Street, working for my father at Benjamin Jacobson and Sons. Um, so during the summer time, I would work there, and I would end up doing question trades for at least 2 years, 3 years, and it was a phenomenal thing for me, which is probably why I understand business so well. I will credit it to my dad first, and then I also got to bring God in first and foremost because it was my calling. So my brain is really locked into um, doing the right thing, making sure everything's on point, and um, not really trying to convolute anything except for what it is. I think if a person shows who they are, up front, you at least know who you're working with and who you're dealing with. That goes with anything,
Mm.
relationship, your children, your animals, right? If you don't take control of your kids or your animals immediately, they will go wild on you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. If you didn't get the if the opening in Guy didn't come up, what do you think? Because you've spoken about Todd and you talked about Aaron with his corn. What do you think the direction you would have gone if this whole Timmy didn't leave the group and you didn't have to leave university? What do you think you would have, the path you would have followed?
I'd be one of the biggest entrepreneurs, business people on the planet. Because Bennett said, you know how good I am in business. I don't, I'm not a person that want to sit there and create. I can tell you how to create a company, what to do in the company, and all that. I don't go into what I really do, but my thing is, I know business. I know business. I know people. I could have been anything. An actor. I was acting, and if I didn't do Guy, I would have been on a couple of shows. I won't even bring it up now because me and the people that was doing it, that was gonna and that are big now today said, D, you could have been a superstar actor. So of course, because I was great at it. I was getting calls to do a lot of movies, a lot of shows, and getting the parts. You know what I'm saying? Then funding would drop, or this would happen. Then I go
Mm.
back into the Guy situation. You know what I'm saying? Um, Hold on, I want to make sure I put my. Let me plug this in.
You
Hold on.
tried.
Yeah. So, and then I would go. Then I would go back into the Guy situation. But I like it's hard to say what I'm because it's almost like saying, "Oh man, I wish I had, and I wish I had," and you can't live that. I am who I am now. I'm a third of one of the biggest R&B groups on the planet, um, and I followed my brother. That's a fact. Everyone knows that. I didn't follow him. He asked me to, yo, I need you to be in the group. He didn't even really ask. He just told me, I need you to be in the group. And then I asked my Dad, can I leave school and go help Aaron? He said, you can do what you want. And I ended up leaving school right before finals in my going into my second year. And I joined the group. I don't have any regrets. I mean, to live in regrets is to not live life or
Yeah.
to not go through life.
Mm.
I I go through it. Are there things I wish change? Absolutely. You know what I'm saying? Um, but do I have any regrets? Not at all, because I love God, and I'm the first person, and I still say it. There ain't no group better than God to me. I don't care what any group say. I can tell you who the great groups are and what they're doing and everything, and that's not knocking anybody. I think people, and I'll say this. Let me say this on your platform. Every time I do an interview, people ask me, "So what group is you?" I said, "Guy." But what are you
Mm.
talking about? Can't nobody touch us? What are you nuts? You know what I'm saying? Like any group person that's in a group, if you feel you're the best group, say it out of your mouth.
Mm.
If you're going to answer the question, if you're going to be humble about it, be like, well, I don't really think, I'm just happy I'm singing. Yeah, yeah, okay, whatever. You're corny. You got to know if you're great. And ain't nobody better than God when we're on that stage. Ain't nobody better than a Guy if we was to release records. You can sit here and listen to the Guy album, the Future album, and the Guy 3 album, and just play those records. You're going to have your favorites. That's great. But I can tell you where we ended on the R&B charts, on the top 200. I know where we were and what we did. I also know that for a group that really truly been together only for one album, to be honest and truthfully, and this is what people don't understand, we was only really together on one album. That's the first album. That's when we got together. Gene was there and everybody was trying to screw around. But before Gene died, me and him had a conversation. I don't have no problems with Gene. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
Yes, when he was together, when we were together, he did a lot of foul things because I think everybody had their own agenda. You understand? And when you have an agenda doing anything, it's never going to work out right. And one way or the other, it's up to you. My agenda was to be my brother. Let me make this clear. I just wanted to make sure
Mm.
whatever I was doing when Timmy left, that I was going to add to it. And I did. I added a huge portion to Guy because I can do everything. I can produce, I can write, I can sing. I designed clothes. I put shows together. I directed videos. This is all facts. You know what I'm saying? And if you do your research, you'll see I did remixes, everything. So it's
Mm.
not just one person, this and that, but the story, when you have a storyline, and we know in the business, people create storylines. People come into business, they 30, they come into business, they're 18. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're gonna be
Mm.
18 for about 5 years, and then when you get big, we're gonna tell people what your real age is. Now, we came in on our real ages. You know what I mean? So it's not nothing was fabricated with us, not even the music. It was the storylines that became fabricated. And then some of the storylines started changing attitudes and different aspects because somebody tell you, you're the best, you're the best, you're the best, you're the best. You're gonna start really believing that. You know what I'm saying? Instead of saying, I know what I'm good at, what are you good at? You know what I'm saying? Like, you
Mm.
ain't gotta tell me, well, Damon, you're good. I know how good I am. I know how I dance, I know how I move, I know how I dress, I know what I can sing. I don't do anything I can't do where I can't do it on that stage or I can't do it in person. Everyone knows me for that. I'm not
Mm.
gonna fabricate nothing. And if I say something about anybody or anything, if I see you in your face, I'll also say it in your face because I have nothing to hide, right? There is no groups better than Guy. There are groups who are doing phenomenal things, who did stuff great for themselves
Mm.
that I love seeing, i.e., New Edition. I just love it. I can't talk about no other groups because I say it's only two groups I ever really said during my time that put fear in me when I first started, um, because I didn't know what I was doing. It was New Edition and Tony. You know what I'm saying? God bless Dwayne. Um, those cats was the best musicians. What they was doing was it was not being done. You know what I'm saying? You gotta go back to Parliament Funk where you have everybody just jamming
Yeah,
and
yeah,
getting
yeah.
down and sliding the Family Stone and all that stuff to get. But I don't go back there. So when people hear me say we the best group, this is how idiotical people are. And let me say it like this: they they go in and say, well, he felt he better than Gap Band and Confunction and this. I didn't know. I wasn't even out during that time. Why am I comparing myself to anything pre 88? You know what I'm
Mm.
saying? I just wouldn't do that. But from 88 to 90, before we broke up, no groups. We dethroned New Edition. That's facts. They still was doing what they was doing, but we came up and we literally started being in a conversation with the biggest group on the planet Earth, New Edition, at that time. You know how many people would have loved to do that? Like, oh my God, people are talking about y'all when New Edition is as great as they are? Yes. So look, they know how I feel. It's no jab to nobody.
Mm.
Everybody wants to be the best at something, and if you're not, then why are you doing it? What is
Mm.
your purpose if you're just trying to be in the conversation? Like I'll do music. Yeah, but you're whack. I do music. Yeah, but you had no hits. What do you who cares if you're doing music? But when you do music and you're great at what you're doing and you touch the masses, that's when somebody want to have a conversation. I don't want to have no conversation with nobody that is talking. If you're a new artist and you're coming out saying, I'm better than, I don't want to talk to you. Because you're not better than anybody until you prove yourself in the industry. Right? You might be great to your mom and your dad and your friends and all that stuff, and you might even be a better singer than somebody who has sold millions of records. But that don't make you better than them. There's a
Mm.
thousand great singers out there. I'm talking about a thousand millions of great singers. And then there's millions of them that will never be heard. Why? Because A, it's not their calling. B, they
Mm.
don't have the money to market and promote themselves. C, they're with a team that don't really care about them and they only hope that the group can do something so they can make money and then go get somebody else. The playing field is wild right now, right?
Mm.
So when I say Guy is the best group, let me get closer to you. Guy is the best group because one of the greatest voices on the planet Earth that came out, that's my brother. One of the greatest producers that ever did it, that's Teddy. And you got energy here in me that you don't get, especially at this age. I do it all. I don't sit around and play the game. So if you want to sit there and play the game and oh yeah, then you go ahead and do that. I don't knock anybody, but I'm happy for those that are doing great things. I think is a beautiful thing when you acknowledge your gift,
Mm.
right? There's only one Jesus. There ain't three, four, five Jesus. It's not. It's Jesus. And then his disciples. You didn't play with his disciples. Because when you play with his disciples, you play with Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
And when you went against Jesus, you hung yourself like Judas. You understand? So I don't want to sit here. I don't sit around and have these debates about what. I say play the records.
Mm.
Play the records. People like to create these weird stories, man. Play the records, bro.
Yeah. Do you think then when if after the future album, because no addition of just about to be inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and if you
That's a
guys had,
blessing.
yeah, no, definitely, but if you guys had carried on after the, because there should have been a world where Teddy could have done the Michael stuff, and still Guy could have come out with another album in '93 or '92. But but I don't know if everyone felt okay, maybe we can all go and do our separate things, or did you still? Because I know you've been holding a legacy for the past 20, 30 years, but did you guys still feel as if we could have all continued um, instead of the breakup?
See, I don't interview with you because you're my guy. Listen, everybody been trying to get interviews with me, right? And I just refuse to do interviews um, outside of one that's coming out. And let me put it. I'm trying to put it the best. People always say we broke up. Oh, Guy broke up again. Oh, Guy broke up again. They disappointed us. They broke up again. Let me try to make some clarity on this. What sense is it to do? And I'm asking you a question if you don't mind.
Yeah.
If you are in Guy, we're not talking some regular group. If you're in Guy and you are touring and you're seeing the people lose their mind for you, tears, standing up through the whole show, screams, wanting just this desire. I tell this to every artist. No matter what you're going through in your back, in your mind, in your head, in your family, I don't care what it is you're going through. Leave that. I can't. Can I cuss on this show? I don't know.
You
Can
can
I?
go ahead and do it. Yes. Go ahead.
All right, cool. Let me, because I'm trying to be cool, right?
Mm.
But leave that shit over here, because that has nothing to do with the people that just want to hear the music and want to see you and want to see you thrive.
Mm.
So if I'm on tour, and let me speak for Damion. I'm asking you the question: if you was a member of Guy, why would you come off tour and then don't want to do anything anymore? It doesn't make sense. It don't make sense to my family. If I'm talking, they're like, "Well, we know it ain't you." I said, "No, I don't. I'm the reason why we on tour. Let this be known, and everybody can pick up the phone if you choose to. Everybody want to choose size and all this stuff. I don't choose no size. I don't. I think it's hilarious when people that's not inside involved thinking that they know because they listening to somebody that they so enthralled with tell a fucking story. That's that's a story. There's the story and then there's the truth, right?
Mm.
And for me, it's like Nobody wants to tour and then not tour. New Edition is if they're not anything else, they should be the standard for
Mm,
we have problems with each other. We don't like each other. We've been through this. We've been through that. Drugs, this, it ain't me talk. They already sent this out. They said it
mm,
themselves,
mm,
right? All of these different variables, and then bow, Michael, everybody sitting there talking, management, people behind the scenes trying to get everybody to come on board. And then you come on board and you say, look, stop. As a grown man, as a grown up, stop what you're doing. We're gonna let us paint the situation to you properly. You're great by yourself, but by yourself you might get 30 shows, 40 shows.
mm,
Together you'll get 70, 80 shows if you chose to. Together you'll get the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Together you'll be inducted, and I know it's gonna happen. They have to happen.
mm,
It's not like they should not get this. I could be a New Edition hater. Reality says everything that the industry has to offer, these guys should have got.
mm,
Period. Because they are the best at doing what they do for what they do. Guy is the best at doing what we do for what we do. But if you have hidden agendas, and I say this all day,
mm,
if you have hidden agendas, it's never going to be where it should be. Yes, Guy is still out of we did 3 albums. The world would have loved if Guy had 6, 7, 8 albums out there.
definitely.
Out of 3 albums, y'all still thinking about us to this day in 2025 from 1988. Let's think about this for a second here. For everybody that say the Guy 3 album, well, it was all right. No, stop. For these record lovers, sonically, that's our best sonically sounding album, number 1. Number 2, the album went gold without us being with each other. Tell me an R&B group that came out during 1988 that came out with an album and it went gold without them being and promoting it. You can't. You can't tell me that. And if you can't say it, I'll pay you. You can't tell me that. And then when you listen to the records, for those that really understand what music and lyrics sound like, though we didn't write, we wasn't there writing the album, but the writers that was there that wrote before we came, during that album, there was a lot going on. Aaron was going through what he was going through. I haven't seen Teddy in 10 years.
What?
From 90 to, we didn't see each other from 90 to 99.
What?
Jeff Red called me, and in between that time, you had 94, I did my record. 93, Aaron started his record. We were both signed to Silas Records.
Mm,
Teddy left us in 90. Let me emphasize this, because this is not me saying anything. This is the reality. Teddy left us in 90, did the Michael Jackson, and went and got Michael Jackson Dangerous album.
mm,
Cool. You ask a question, can you do this and do that? Why do one and then stop the other? Every time y'all saw us not do something, it had nothing to do with me not wanting to sing and not wanting to do anything, me having an argument with Teddy or Aaron, Aaron having an argument with Teddy, and it was Teddy left. He left. This is just the reality. He's left. Look, you want to leave, you leave. You left. Then he gave y'all Dangerous. Everybody got hyped because he was doing Michael Jackson. I'll tell you why Dangerous to this day. Dangerous, I'm dangerous, Michael, dangerous. And I go, okay, that's cool. Then 10 years, during that time, he got Blackstreet. He's doing Black because Chauncey lived with me.
yeah, that's
If you ever interviewed, Chauncey lived with me, I took care of Chauncey and his family. Teddy didn't find Chauncey. Teddy tells 2 stories, and I'm only saying this because y'all heard it. It's nothing I didn't say, right? I love Teddy. I might not like certain things he do. I love him. I love my brother. I might not like certain things he do. I love him. They can say the same thing about me. But what you cannot say is that I did anything to anybody to say, well, I don't want to do it because I had an argument, or that's a lie. I didn't argue with you. I'm not going to argue with you because it's not an argument. Why am I going to argue with somebody I love? I'm not arguing with you. You're my brother. I'm not going to argue with you, Bo. I'm not going to fight with you neither because it's not a fight. I think it's laughable. So I'm not going to do that. So at the end of the day, what is going on? I'm only here to do my part and to make sure let me make sure this known too. I never did anything except keep the name Guy in people's heads. Mm. I single-handedly did that. This is facts. You can go down, do your research, look at social media, you can do whatever. If I did not keep Guy in my mouth, talking Guy, the way I did, y'all would have forgot about us, and y'all would have been like, oh, it's so sad what these guys, it's so sad that a good group like Guy, what happened to them, what's going on? Stop, bro. Listen, stop. I don't even live life like that. I tell people, you can't stop. I can't stop you from doing interviews now if I wanted to. Why? You love doing it. And people evidently like your style of how you interview, or they wouldn't come on your show. I am an entertainer. I will always be famous till the day I die. What is fame? At the end of the day, fame is calculated upon what the value of how a person looks at you, or how a corporation looks at you, or how anybody looks at you, how you carry yourself. And if it's a gift that God gave you, man can't stop you anyway. So when you go about saying, don't you think Guy should still be doing Guy stuff. It don't matter if any of us, me, Aaron, or Teddy, that's like New Edition. If Aaron want to do a solo album, again, he should be able to. If Teddy want to do a solo album or another group album, do another group. Just don't name it Guy 2.0 because it's confusing, right? It's killing your brand. This is a brand that we all created. If Damion wants to do a Damion Hall album, which I am, get ready, y'all. Hall of Fame Entertainment is coming hard. We doing it. I promise you. I can do that, but you don't kill your foundation. The foundation is Guy. It will always be that till the day you die. I don't care what else you try to do. People are always going to mention, so what about Guy? You ever see Guy come back together? And I cannot stand seeing those interviews or seeing interviews. And the only interviews you're seeing now is Teddy interviews, right? Let's keep it a buck. You're seeing Teddy interviews because he's promoting his book, and that's great. God bless him. I want him to have a successful book. But you name the group Guy 2.0. You could have named the group anything. You could have named it, since you had a name, you could have named it anything. But you named it that so that you could start some story. And so people could start questioning and creating this little narrative of, oh, what happened? And everybody was confused when he did that. I was confused. I didn't even know what people was talking about. They was like, yo, you saw this Teddy stuff? Because Teddy blocked me. He blocked me on all the social media, on all the platforms. Why you block me? I didn't do anything, right? So I'm saying there has to be something there because I didn't block. And I'll say something because I said it before. June 7th of 25, Teddy had called me and we were speaking. He said, man, we need to do the Guy thing again. And I'm doing some shows. I know Aaron can't do shows right now. Will you do a show with me? And I sincerely said, yeah, if it's cool, then I'll come out, do the show. It was June 7th. I forgot where it was supposed to be. I think Maryland or something like that. The week before the show, maybe a couple of days before, I went to the doctor. Doctor told me, you cannot travel. My leg was super big, like my leg was swollen. right? And he said, you cannot go on a plane because your blood clots are
Mm,
bothering you. You can't go on a plane. So I tried to call him so I could tell him I can't come. I had taken not money from him, from the promoter for the show. Now I want to. Only reason why I'm even coming out with this because he said it and I heard him say it, and it kind of bothered me a little bit. And I was like, why would he say that? Because there was no reason for him to say that. Um, and what I'm doing with the promoter, because I didn't do any shows, I haven't done any shows, couldn't do any shows, so it made it seem as if I'm taking money for a show he was doing and didn't show up.
mm,
You follow me?
yeah.
So for me, anybody that know me, again, if you go and look at the guide, I never miss a show. I never missed a rehearsal. I never missed anything in all of my years of doing guide. Again, I go back to the fact that if it was not for me, y'all would not have be even talking about Guy because Teddy wasn't promoting Guy. Teddy was promoting Blackstreet, and Teddy was promoting what Teddy was doing throughout all these years. He was just doing him. And when that situation didn't go, he came back to Guy. You understand? So my thing is, we don't have to sit here and poke a storyline. You don't need to do the storyline. I love him. I will always love Teddy because I grew up with him. I will always love my brother. Of course, I grew up with my brother. That's
Mm,
my blood. I treated Teddy like a brother. This is just what it is. But when I hear, it's different hearing you say, so y'all break up. Why do you think if y'all broke? Because you're just wondering because you a Guy fan too, right?
mm,
It's like, I would love to see Guy together. What is going on? Every time you do a tour, y'all don't come back. Well, let's think about that for a second here. You have to, and I'm trying to talk without really saying something, but you got to really. I wish the people that are interviewed would stop trying to clickbait and be get these viewerships because you're corny when you do that. You corny when you big up the garbage and the mess, and then you don't talk to the other people about it. And all you want to hear is one side because you want to be a groupie and be like, oh, look at what Teddy doing. Stop, man. Listen, ain't nothing Teddy doing bigger than Guy. Nothing. Nothing, nothing, nothing. He already got the accolades. You can't take that away. You can't take the fact that he produced everybody and their mom. You can't take that away. You can't take the fact that he's in the Songwriters Hall of Fame. You can't take that away. You can't take back the fact that Pharrell got him and put him inside the Lego movie. You can't take that away. You can't take the fact that he got a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. You cannot take that away and all the other awards he got. But then when you think about that, think about why didn't Guy get any awards? You got to think about that. Where did these awards stop it, bro? I don't look. I'm not upset about nobody getting anything, but I say this out of love. People have to stop with the narrative that the Hall brothers, because they're just trying to join us together so that it can be the brothers against Teddy. Why would I be against Teddy? Teddy should know better than that, right? He should jealousy and we don't like him. Come on, man. I have no reason not to like you unless you give me a reason not to like you. Think about every interview. 'Cause I know you look at interviews. I know you do.
mm.
Have you ever heard me say I don't like Teddy?
No, I mean, no. Like, even since every time we've spoken, you've always given him, yeah. And I told you "Let's Stay Together" is my favorite Guy song, and you said it. That was
That's
our
what.
last. That's where you broke up. I'm like, what? My
That's when we broke
favorite?
up.
Yeah,
Look, when I think about this, if I had any issues with Teddy ever, I also have a platform. I can also get on interviews and podcasts. I can also talk and say, well, let me say, what I don't have no reason to sit there and bash and tell people stuff about, let's say, even if I have an issue, why am I going to empty family business to the public? I will never do that. The public don't give a damn. Nobody should be on stage talking about, well, such and such happened and this, and I'm just trying. The person that does that is the person that is trying to captivate an audience to follow their agenda, because without it, they don't have anything. Plain and simple. I don't care who it is. You can go to the time with Roman Empire. The person that's speaking the loudest, off with the head, da da da. That's the person who's being slick. You understand? I don't need to talk about anybody for me to get praise or to be anything. People should be smart enough at this time in 2026. You should be smart enough to say, well, that's kind of weird when we see Damion posting Guy photos and talking good about Guy and saying Guy's the best group. Why would anyone else say that Damion, and I can speak for my brother too, but I won't, that Damion said, I don't like Teddy, or I'm jealous of Teddy, or Teddy did all this stuff for me, and that's what it, nah, God bless everything Teddy doing for himself. He ain't do nothing for me. You didn't do anything for me. What you did for me is that you did Guy, and you should have did Guy for yourself, for myself, for Aaron, for us, because that is what people want to see. You didn't put that together. That's a Timmy and Aaron thing. For everybody that say, well, why don't y'all do it with Timmy? I wouldn't do a group with Timmy. I would, if Timmy was meant to be in Guy still, he would be in Guy, and I wouldn't have been, and that's cool. But before Guy even came out, and let me make this clear too, before Guy even came out, I was already in the group. So you can really, without knowing the particulars, I was an original member of Guy when Guy came out to the public. The problem is Timmy's face was still on the cover, so it kept creating that same narrative, that story, that Timmy Gatlin. Timmy was gone way before I came in the group. And when I came in, it was me, Aaron, and Teddy. That was Guy. Plain and simple. I never said it like that because I was like, everybody want to keep telling their story. Look, it doesn't bother me. Me and Timmy had a conversation. And whenever I have a conversation about Guy, I say, Timmy and Aaron started Guy. Timmy and Aaron were friends in Abraham and Strauss, selling in the shoe department. They were doing what they was doing. Timmy said, I know somebody that'll be dope. That was Teddy, because he knew Teddy from network and different structure. And then he brought Teddy to meet Aaron, and Aaron said, I don't want to do this without this guy, which was Teddy. Teddy ended up being this phenomenal, great producer that everybody knows. But even when he was younger, he was doing that stuff all through New York, being what he is. I was in college. So I found all this out after everything. But you can listen to all my interviews, you hear the same story. Because at the end of the day, I'm not here. You would never, let me emphasize this to everybody that watches and listens. I would never go on stage with anybody just to come off stage and say, I don't want to do it anymore. It's not even my personality. Everybody that knows me know that's not my personality, because I'm the one that's grinding to make sure that we continue to do what we do. I am the one. I can't stand speaking I, but let me emphasize, I am the one, not Teddy, not Aaron. I am the one. And if you was to put us, and I tell people this all the time, you want to stop all the narratives. Why don't you put us all in the same place and put, what'd you call that? Those lie detectors on us?
Polygraph.
And then ask the same questions you ask when you do an individual, and see how that thing, ding, 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 you'll see how it moves. Because when you're in front of somebody, you won't say half of the stuff you say when you have the mic in your hand. When it's about you, you'll say anything because you're trying to create a narrative. You're trying to create a story that can go on so that you can be seen and heard. And I think that's a coward way of doing things. I think it was, I think people are afraid. And I said, I will only talk to a few people, and I'm not even going in on anything. I'm just giving reality. You should never talk about your brothers. ever. Because without me and Aaron, Teddy wouldn't have been who he was. He might have been this big producer. Y'all wouldn't know Teddy the way y'all know Teddy. Y'all know Teddy the way you know Teddy because the guy. Plain and simple. Because if it wasn't for that, y'all would just be like, oh, Teddy Riley's a producer. He's a producer. No, y'all always mention Guy. If it wasn't about Guy, stop mentioning Guy with him. Don't mention Guy. Be truthful and say your Guy 2.0 group is not Guy. Stop it. Do your own music. Create your own album with them. Call them something different and create your album and see how people react to it. That's it. Give yourself the opportunity to show people you don't need to rely on Guy. You sitting there saying Guy's not the best group. New Edition is the best group. And that's fine. You can have your opinion. That's fine. Because they are phenomenal to me. I love them all. Whether I speak to them or not, I love them all because I know what they did for the culture. And I know what they did way before us. But I'm in a group. And I'm not just in a group. I'm in a group that changed music, style, image, everything. They didn't do that. They just didn't do that. They were great at what they did. And they still are phenomenal at what they are doing. There's a difference in did and doing. They're still doing it. We're sitting back and I'm being quiet and I'm listening, I'm watching because I watch and people send me, I'm like, what is going on here? Why are you painting a narrative that we don't like each other? Why are you painting a narrative that as if we wasn't close to your mom too? Why are you painting a narrative that it's hilarious. It's just funny to me. I don't understand that because I don't live like that. You know what I'm saying? That's like childish to me. It's just childish. And for me, the love that we share because I know it's still there. You should never want to mess that up. Because the world wants that. The world wants Guy. They'll accept certain things you do. There's a difference in I'll accept certain things, but it ain't that. I'll deal with this, but it ain't that. And when you have that, you got to question yourself. Like you really have to question yourself. Like if you want to erase a part of your life, 40 years of your life in a group that is phenomenal as Guy is still, then you're doing it the wrong way because people are going to always, like I said, there's a lot of groupie people that hold the mic and hold a powerful mic in their hand now. Like with all these, they hold a powerful mic, so they say certain things and people believe it because it's just what people do. They dumb enough to believe somebody they don't even know. When you don't know me, you can't talk about me. You can't tell me what I said in my mouth is wrong because you didn't live that. You didn't live with me to understand that. You wasn't behind the scenes seeing that. So you're just corny to me. You don't even exist to me because you don't know me to do that. And you didn't give yourself enough respect to emphasize and to get to know me because you only focus on one thing because maybe somebody told you, well, this is what I need you to talk about. I need you to emphasize this and do this and do that. You ain't your own person. You just jocking the wrong thing. You can't jock somebody for something they did when there was other people associated with it, especially in a certain culture. Within 88 and 90, we impacted the culture so strong that 38 years later, you still want to know what we're doing. Let's think about that. You still want to know, what are they doing? When they come back together again? What are they going to do? How's Aaron doing? What's up? And everybody want to create this narrative on my brother that he did this and he did that and he's such a hard person. Man, stop it. Let me say something about my brother. He's one of the nicest, kindest, loving hearts on the planet. Everybody say things out their mouth that they can regret. Right? We all have done it. You say things that you regret, so like, I shouldn't have. And because of the culture we live in and the time we live in, it catches up to you, and people go back and they pull that,
Yeah,
and
yeah, yeah, yeah.
they pull things and keep talking about the same thing. Like, look, I might have been a killer one time in my life, but now I'm a pastor and I'm bringing people to Christ. You understand? I
Hmm.
might have been a pimp in my life, but now I'm married and I have 3 kids, and I love my household and I take care of my family. You understand? I might have I might have been a school teacher, but God, I became an entrepreneur. Excuse me, I became an entrepreneur. I became an entrepreneur, and now I run my own company, and I'm building companies everywhere. You can't lock somebody into something,
Hmm.
and the problem with us and the narrative of entertainment is that they like to be entertained. So anything that again go back to clickbait that can
Hmm.
make you say what you that give you. And I got 500 million views on my podcast today because this guy said that these guys and he da da da. You should never do that. Like that's sloppy, bro.
Hmm. Yeah, yeah,
That's
yeah,
sloppy. You know,
yeah.
you don't. I love this music too much. I didn't even get into it to do music. Like I said, I got into it to help my brother. And I realized one thing when I had cancer and God told me to do my album, I'm so happy He directed me.
Mm.
See, I didn't come up with no music, and I'm talking about no melody and song and none of that. It didn't. And let me tell you why I love having a witness. I tell everybody this when I give my thing. I tell everybody it's very important to have a witness in the room when you're doing something.
Hmm.
Because that witness will say, no, I saw him, I heard him, I was there throughout the whole process.
Yeah.
So you can't make up a story. That's why I can say I wrote, produced every change, every lyric, every melody, every bass line. This came out of my head. Everything.
Mm.
This is facts. So I don't sit there. It's like before Michael Jackson, Thriller and Bad. He had 5 albums before then. I know you know that.
Mm.
He had 5 albums that didn't do anything. When he got with Quincy, is when The Fire came out. That's when Bad and Off the Wall that's when you really that's what we know Michael for.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? We know him for Bad, Off the Wall, and Thriller. Those are the main records. Everything else was like, oh, we still getting Michael Jackson songs and records, and we getting Blood on Dance Floor and all that. Great, but nah, those 3 records is what implanted him into our heads.
Yeah.
That's when he was the great Michael Jackson. So when people talk narratives, man, stop talking and leaving out certain parts.
Yeah. I think the one thing you did clarify is that is true. You got the president of the United States who at one point was a real estate person, now he's president. So people who, yeah, it's and there's a unfortunately in the world of technology, an old interview can just be taken and then people constantly replaying it, and it then paints that narrative. And not only are they destroying Aaron's character, but it's almost his legacy as a singer. They're almost not, anyone not rating him as a singer, um, is also ludicrous. And you guys did you guys toured with New Edition and Q Sweat, so I didn't hear any reviews for people saying guy was the worst side. We that was the worst part of it. So, and that's the unfortunate thing is that people can so easily forget that when he was Kristen, the voice, it wasn't just it was because he was the voice, and and that's really sad how we're just erasing history and almost trying to write him and his legacy out.
Well, let me say this because you cannot, and I'm gonna go against this. It's almost impossible to erase greatness. It's like people trying to erase. You can erase. Kelly. He's a this. He's that. Nah, Kelly was the R&B king for real, for real. Let that be known. He might have got influenced by my brother when he first came out with Honey Love and all that stuff and the album cover and all that. Leave that alone. When he found his own voice and found his
Mm,
thing and did his thing,
it was
he
different.
gave us music that no other R&B person has given us to this day. That's his facts.
Mm.
So you can try to act like the person don't exist anymore, but when you home and you listen to records, you popping the R. Kelly record on, you listening to it, so you're a coward. You're sitting there trying to erase. You can't erase my brother. You just can't. It won't happen because as long as I'm around, you're gonna always see me and you're gonna say that's Aaron's brother. And I can guarantee you that the noise that's gonna be made, because I make noise. I'm gonna make noise. The noise is about to be made. Guy makes noise. You don't think about Guy and say, yeah, where they at, what's going on. You are excited. If Guy came back right now and you heard Guy is back, you will lose it and go, oh, Guy's coming back. But now I'm gonna say something. The TLC, um,
That chili,
in the TLC In Vogue,
salt and pepper.
um, Salt and Pepper tour just got canceled, right?
What?
Yes, they canceled it. Now
Wow.
let's say why they canceled it, because they say chili. What are you talking about? If people looked in their truth, and I'm not saying anything because all of them are super talented women, and because someone says one thing, the masses want to say, well, she did this and she likes Trump and she did that and she did this. And then she comes out and apologizes because she said, say, I didn't know I pressed a button. Just why y'all bashing this girl over a choice? Good, bad, or otherwise, mistake or otherwise. Why our culture, our people is so bad how we don't support each other and we look at these weird narratives. And then we see a list that comes out of the MAGA supporters. I don't know if you saw that list, right? So there's a list that has names of everybody that supported Trump. And you got Snoop and uh, Lil Wayne and all this stuff. And that coming toward the end, Teddy's name is on that. Chili's name was on that. So everybody's saying, oh my God, everybody that's on this, they're going to have problems. And then today I get something sent to me that the tour got canceled. I said, why would they cancel the whole tour? But let's go to where something that's right now. Kanye West, right? Out with his tour, the whole country stopped the tour from happening. Why? What is your purpose of trying to continue a false narrative because someone has the right now to speak how they feel no matter what? You can only speak to that person to know why they said, why they did. You can't tell me not to like R. Kelly, and I say I love R. Kelly. R. Kelly is great. If that was the case, right? You can't tell me not to like him and say, well, you should be liking Trey Songz instead. What are you talking about? But this is the life we live in right now. We live in a world where some get caught up in we love the mess. We like being messy.
Mm.
And so instead of promoting positivity, you're going to promote the negativity and it's going to affect other people. When you're out there, anybody doing something to hurt a brand or a situation, you're just hurting yourself. No one did anything wrong. Kanye, he just spoke his mind. Chili apologized. Leave it there. Do the tour. Let the world enjoy something in the midst of all this chaos, crazy stuff that's going on. Don't down your brothers because maybe somebody's in your ear telling you this is what you need to do in order to sell whatever you selling. You know what I'm saying? Like, so you say this, and everybody gonna go, "Wow, really?" So you really believe that? And I'm going back to Teddy. I love Teddy, and I know he's going to hear this. I have no beef with Teddy whatsoever. He know how I am. He also know how I get down. So we don't need to sit here and create no false narrative about me or about my brother. Everybody go through enough problems their own than to have somebody in their own house add to the problem if there's a problem. You understand? Mm-hmm. I don't need you telling me, well, I love them. They say they love me, but I love them more. Does that even make sense to you when you hear somebody say that? Mm. They say they love me, but I love them more. What makes you go, I know you love them more? You don't even know what he's talking about. But yet you listen to it say, man, I know you love them more. Why? Because you wouldn't have a Hollywood star if you didn't love them more. You wouldn't be in the Songwriters Hall of Fame if you didn't love them more. You didn't, it doesn't even make any sense to y'all even give credence to this, because it's the dumbest thing on the planet Earth for anybody to say that, because you only know love from directly from the person to the person. You understand? Mm. That's it. Some platform can say, well, we know you love them more, because if it wasn't for you, they wouldn't be. For everybody that think that, stop, pause. Y'all are living in a world where you don't make any sense. Nobody on this planet Earth, nobody can make or break Damion. Whatever's meant for me is already written in God's book. Mm. It's already written. Man can't tell me I'm not going to be great. I'm not going to do this. You're not going to be a singer. You're not going to be. Stop. Many people have said a lot of things. I don't need to get into that I wasn't going to do, and I did it. Because you don't have the power to stop me from doing what I'm going to do when I'm called and I'm chosen to do it. That's it. You cannot stop me. This is the reason why you don't say that in my face. This is the reason why you don't even allow yourself to be around me, because I'm power. And you fake. Don't do that. Mm-hmm. If you a real true man, is gonna come to a man and speak to him face to face and go, yo, I heard you said this about me. Bing, bing, bing. Why you said this about me? If we can speak to each other and do a whole tour, what makes you not pick up the phone and dial the number? He's never dialed my number. He never dialed my brother's number and said, yo, I feel like y'all don't love me. I feel like you don't care. I feel like you don't this and feel like you don't that. Don't do that. I just want God to be together. If you ask Damion, what you want? I want God to be together, but I'm also going to do my thing. Mm. I'm also doing me, but I'm never going to kill the foundation. I say this all the time. Why would you kill the foundation of something? Let me tell you, I keep going back to New Edition. I'm not trying to bring them up, but when you give people what they want, what you have to offer, they will accept more of. So when you're not doing New Edition, they'll see BBD. When you're not doing New Edition, they'll see the rest. If you're doing it, they're doing it correct. I'm not jealous of you because I'm getting paid twice, because I'm doing BBD songs, this song, so I'm getting paid as New Edition and I'm getting paid as a soloist. Don't get it twisted. That's business. So this is what's going to happen. Same here, or else I'm not doing these songs. How's that? I'm only going to do New Edition songs. You know what I'm saying? So the same thing, Guy. Teddy got enough catalog that if you want to, do that stuff. Aaron, do his album. Damion, do my stuff. And then we do Guy's stuff. Why can't you do that? Nothing you doing sounds better than me. And people say, and you said this, they're going to erase as if Aaron don't exist anymore. No, he exists. People think that Puff is not going to exist. He's going to exist still. When he comes out, he's still going to exist. In which way, we don't know yet. But he's still going to exist. Aaron can still sing. When people say this, I go, okay, since we're going to do this, listen to some of the artists that's out there right now. And then you tell me if they sound the same way they sounded when they first came out with their records. You tell me if they can hit the same notes they hit on their albums. Charlie Wilson is one of the the greatest vocalist on top that can really still sing like he used to sing.
Mm.
Keith Sweat has a falsetto. I laugh at it. I'm not laughing at him. He sings these high notes and do what he do, but Keith Sweat sounds like Keith Sweat. No matter what, he sounds like Keith. So when you sit there and go, I can sit here and name a lot, and I won't.
Mm.
I can name a lot of artists that cannot sing their songs no more the same way they sung them before.
Mm.
So when you sit here and say, my brother don't sound the same anymore, he can't hit these notes, who are you to say that? You don't know until you hear him. And when you hear him, you'll know whether or not he can hit those notes again. You sitting there and painting a narrative when people saw us on the road and they say, oh, Aaron couldn't hit the note the same way before. Okay, I came in and I helped. Let's go. We do it. You don't know what he was going through, whether he had a sore throat, whether he had an operation, and he did have an operation. Nobody cared about that. And then if somebody in your own camp is talking about it, it makes it seem as if, well, if he's saying it, we were right. He can't sing anymore and he can't do this. Nobody look, man, I say this and I'm treading lightly.
Mm.
I'm treading lightly because I don't talk about people and definitely don't talk about people I love. But anybody that knows me know I'm a face-to-face type of person. I'm a man and I'm a king type of cat. And whatever you say away from me, be man enough to say it in my face. Because nobody should be saying this stuff when all people want to do is see us on the road and see us do music. So let's do music.
Mm.
Let's give people what they want. All this stuff is not their business. All this stuff you're creating is not anybody's business. Why are you? And then it's false business. I never did anything wrong to Teddy Day in my life, and I won't. And I never did anything wrong to my brother, and I won't, because I love them. And when you love somebody, you don't create a story, and y'all happen to believe it. Y'all believe it. Like, I could say so much, and it's crazy, but I will not.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I could say so much because I live it. I lived it. I know it. I really know it. You understand? And I'm only mentioning things I'm mentioning because it was mentioned, and I'm not going at him the way he came at us. And I think it's very wrong how he presented his storyline to sell his books. He could have sold those books because people just love him, and that's fine. You ain't got to even talk about Guy, because talking about Guy in a negative format is talking about yourself too. Because it's like you talk about Guy, and what happens if you come back? Now you look like an idiot, because now you're coming back to two people you spoke about, and you didn't say sorry. But when you spoke about Keith, and you talked about Keith, you didn't talk about the record company. You was talking about Keith directly. And then you came and apologized to Keith 24, 48 hours later. You apologized to Blackstreet, but you didn't apologize to me and my brother. That's a weird thing to me. And anybody that say otherwise, y'all weird too. Because that's weird. When nobody did anything to you. When you are creating the story because people just are excited to be talking to Teddy Riley, or a member of Guy, or the producer of Michael and other things. Come on, stop, bro. Like I don't get caught up in the business like that. So I don't, it doesn't impress me like that. Whatever I'm meant to do, I'm gonna do it. And I'm gonna do it without having to bash anybody or to create anything, because I do love Guy, and I do love being on stage with Aaron and Teddy. And I do know when we create that Voltron effect, we're unstoppable. I do know that if we was to drop a single and drop music right now, it'd be the talk of the town. I do know that if we came out with a tour, everybody would be excited and talk about that. Like, what happened? I thought Teddy was doing Guy 2.0 and doing this Blackstreet stuff. Like, ain't that what he said? How can you do Blackstreet when Blackstreet already is signed to XOXO and about to do a world tour and doing an album right now. How can you do Guy when the two members are still alive and we kicking and we still look great, and you say you're doing a Guy, we doing new music. You're not doing good new music. Why are you doing Guy 2.0 and still playing my brother's voice, doing certain things? If he's such this person, why are you playing his voice? Why are you playing Guy songs? Oh, because you produce Guy records? Stop, bro. Why are you doing Guy records with two people that don't sound like nothing? They don't sound like my brother. They don't sound like me. And they don't sound like Guy in any effect. So do new music and let them sound like themselves. Because they have talent. Change the group name. But you're afraid to do that because without that name attached to you, you only attach to certain names. Blackstreet, Guy. You got jackets that got Guy 2.0 and Blackstreet on the back of them. Why? You're not part of Blackstreet. You're not part of Guy. If you're not part of me and Aaron, what are you doing? Why are you creating that narrative? And y'all are falling for it. You're falling for it. And look, I blame a lot of the media for giving this attention in that way when you really shouldn't, because it doesn't create anything. I think it just makes it worse because Guy is great. Like it, don't like it, Guy is great. The brand is phenomenal. And when you taint the brand, you taint yourself. So I don't think about it. I gotta focus on what I need to focus on, and I'm gonna just prove a point. A point is about to get proven. Trust that. I'm gonna prove a point, and then y'all gonna have something else to talk about. Because the reality is, we don't need you the same way you say you don't need us. But I want you because you're part of a brand that is phenomenal. I don't need you. I don't need Teddy Riley to do anything. I don't need Aaron Hall to do anything. I want both of them because we should give the world what they want. I don't need them. They don't need me. I'm 50. I'm about to be 58. God's will. I live to see it. I'm 58. I'll be 50. Why am I sitting here going, well, I can't believe it. And he did this. I don't have nothing to say anything except love for people, man, is love. And you I wish you was here. I wish I could blink you here. And if I could blink you here, then you see, and then we all was to be in the same room, you'll see it for yourself. Everybody that's talking this mess and creating the story, have us all in the same room and just look, pay attention. And then you'll see who's uncomfortable. And you'll see who ain't going to say what they say. It's just, it won't happen. Listen, it will not happen. But Damion Hall will say what Damion Hall is saying right now in front of you, sir. I will say it.
Ray Lavender, because when you said he wrote the song for you, he's supposed to be. Did you guys even talk about that? So
he didn't call. He didn't. And look, I don't expect him to. Here's the funny thing. I would, again, going back when people called me upset. Yo, you see what's going on? I said, what are y'all talking about, man? Because they know I'm on a whole different zone. But you know what I'm saying? And they hit me up like, yo, homeboy disrespecting you. I said, disrespecting who? He said, you and your brother. I said, I don't know who you're talking about. That nigga Teddy. I was like, Teddy? What you mean Teddy disrespecting us? And then they sent me this. I thought it was a joke. I really did. I thought it was a joke. I'm not even going to sit here and lie. I looked at it and I was like, yeah, 2.0. And that's why I'm not saying certain things, because I got receipts. I can show people receipts. See, the difference in saying something and then showing is two different things. I would never do that like he did. He didn't show y'all anything. He spoke out of his mouth falsified information. For me, I got receipts that if I showed you, it'll go viral. It'll go viral. And this is from his mouth, not mine. But I look at this and I go, this nigga got 4 new members and calling it Guy 2.0. And then sometimes he calls it Guy. And then sometimes he calls it Guy 2.0. Then he calls Guy. And then he has the Guy logo, the Lion Guy logo. I'm sitting there like, he is I feel sad because I know it's like a cry for whatever. Some people cry for help a different way. Some people literally cry for help a different way. And you can rely on old school stuff like, yo, you one of the greatest producers because he is. You one of the greatest producers of music in the last 40 years. He is. You've helped many people get into MPC, the SP12, and data, and he did. Stop that. That's we all know that. My brother's one of the top 5 voices on the planet still to this day. I don't care what nobody say. It's facts. You can listen to what you want to listen to because, oh, you know, he was with the pup thing. I'm not even gonna get into all that. At the end of the day, my brother's okay. He's all right, and he's gonna be okay. So for everybody painting this crazy narrative that he's hiding, he did this, no, he's not. He's okay. Let me think, because I'm trying to make sure I say things correctly. Because one thing I would never do is play your same situation. I don't get any kicks about anything I'm not gonna down somebody I love for the sake of anything. It is extremely sorrowful when you know who did what and why you did what you did and came as we speak, bro. The best, sometimes I wish that my people say I love you because you don't talk and people are amazed that you didn't talk. And normally I would have came out a long time ago, right? I'd have been like, what did he say? I said, I'm not even going to say anything because people are stupid enough to give it traction, right? And keep on giving it traction. Well, how do you feel about it? I ain't got nothing to say about it. I'm talking to you because you my guy. I got a lot that I could say. If somebody was to pay me, you probably get a lot of information. You know what I'm saying? I could say a lot of things, but I won't ever. Why? Because I didn't get into this business to sit here and be one of these cornballs that want to sit there and down something that made me. If it wasn't for my brother and Teddy, I wouldn't have certain platforms I have. This is facts. But I know the relationship I have in the business, that people that really know who Damion Hall really is and how serious I am and what I do. And I don't blink when I speak to somebody in the eye. And when I talk to you, I'm telling you exactly how it is. This is how I feel about you. This is what I don't care. You sitting there acting like you everything. And I don't have time for none of that. Look, I just have time to make sure I can take care of my family, my kids, my this, my that. And that, do I watch YouTube and watch things when I'm not doing anything? And do I get like irritated? I get irritated when I see, not in a bad way, when I see New Edition, everybody on tour and they doing their thing and they kicking it. Oh, I'm so irritated. Not at them. I'm like, you know what that tour would have been? It was Guy, New Edition, Boyz II Men, Guy, New Edition. I mean, yeah, Guy, New Edition. I'm not putting nobody in no thing. I'm just saying Guy, New Edition, Jodeci, Boyz II Men. You know how big that tour would be? That's like saying Chris Brown and Usher. Everybody's talking about that, right? It's like, what? Chris Brown and Usher about to go on tour? No one is paying attention. Stop the nonsense. Get the bag and then create the other parts of that for yourself, because you'll get it faster doing it with the group. And I don't want to say original because Guy is Guy. There is no other Guy. Look, Ray Lavender, because you said this, did Ray Lavender speak to me? No. You know why? He knew he wasn't going to speak to me. That's a coward. Anybody would just rather call and say, yo, man, I'm just trying to make sure I can get down, I can eat and do stuff. So Teddy asked me, so I'm going to do it. Okay. But do what? Like, what is it you about to do? Because I don't know. What you about to do, though? He said he's going to name it God. Now, listen to me, man. Know why people don't want to talk to Damien and say this and call my phone? Because Teddy can call my phone. Everybody has my number. Because they know they'll hear it. You understand? What are you talking about? You're gonna name the group Guy? Guy anything. Are you insane? Don't do that. We are still nobody can take Damien's place. Let me speak for me. And nobody can take my brother's place. You cannot do that. It's impossible. Ray Lavender will never be like my brother. Jay Styles and whoever the rest of them other two people are from whatever group they come from or whatever place. I don't even know. I don't even care. I don't even care. I don't care about any of them like that. I know them all, not the other two, but I know Jay. Jay Styles is a cool cat. We used to speak. Ray Lavender was a cool cat. But I ain't gonna say we family and we friends. We're associates. But do I have anything to say to them now? Nah, they know they shouldn't be doing that. Listen, as a grown ass man, you wouldn't be in my face. You wouldn't come to me and say, yo, man, you know what I'm about to do? I'm about to take your place and I'm about to be in the group called Guy and I'm gonna sing your stuff. Come on now. You know me. This is the fourth interview we've done. You know me. And anybody that's gonna see this and see my face, they're gonna say, nah, Damien's real, because they will not come in his face and be like, well, I'm singing your stuff and I'm Guy now. Say it in my face. You can't. You can't. And people just wanted to paint this narrative so they can say, "Oh wow, so you're gonna come and do Guy and Guy too? This is great. Come do it in my studio downstairs and come sing the song." Man, you crazy. You sound ridiculous. Y'all don't make any sense when you give that credence. Ray Lavender would never be my brother. He'll never be me. I don't want to be him. He wrote two songs on my album, and I love the songs.
Mm.
And let me say co-wrote. let me say co-wrote because there's a difference in writing and co-writing. He co-wrote two songs on my album, and I'm cool with them. I could have thrown the songs. I'm not doing that. The songs are on my record coming out. I pay for them. It is what it is, right? And I love the songs because I did it, and me and my nephew did the music, it's fire. And every song on my album is fire. Listen to what I'm saying. It's not like it's like, oh, this is just a record. Oh no, it ain't. And you'll see. I always tell people, if you love Guy, I come from a pedigree of two great individuals, Teddy Riley and my brother Aaron Hall. It's impossible, if you know Damien, that I'm gonna come out with garbage, or I'm gonna come out and have you ridicule me to death and go, oh, look at this 50-year-old guy trying to come out with music. It sucks. It never happened. Everybody got excited when I gave the snippet, right?
Mm.
And then and when I put the song on, everybody was singing me. They was like, "Oh my God, this song is great," because it is great. It is, and you're really going to see it now because now I'm really about to put the energy behind it. But you know, you have haters in this business, and you have people who just love creating um, false narratives and tension. And I don't live in that world. I just don't live in that world. I'd rather you come to my face and be a man about it. Don't be corny. Be a man about it and say what you're gonna say in my face, bro. Like all that talking don't mean nothing to me at all. Everybody knows this. They know it don't mean nothing to me. I'm not caught up in the industry like that. Whatever the industry gonna do for me, it's gonna happen for me. Has nothing to do with anybody else. I want everybody to succeed. Do what you do, but do it in the presence of your gift.
Yeah.
Don't just do stuff to be doing it. Do it in the presence of your gift. You don't need to use or down anybody else when you have a gift. But when you don't have a gift and you need other people to boost you up, you're going to always create something so the lights can stay on you because your lights are going out.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I think I want to find out about your album, but one of my disappointments is that people, and it's Bobby brought it up, like Aaron co-wrote My Prerogative, but that gets almost not mentioned. Um, Aaron co-wrote 2300 Jackson Street featuring the Jacksons. He
Yep.
co-wrote a lot of those big hits, the stuff with the Winans, the stuff on the Future album, and even the Guy album. But when we think of Aaron, it's like, okay, yep, he was singing, but the writing part and the co-production part seems to just almost get people. I don't know why. And it just as you've been talking, I just started. I'm putting pieces together of everyone interview I've heard from everyone talking about Aaron consistently. But he then collectively we just almost erase him as just the one singer and not remember that he was part of that history with them. Even Timmy was saying that, yeah, Aaron, was great on the piano, teaching him how to play chords, co-writing as well, the
Absolutely.
finishing up songs. But that doesn't seem to be something that everyone who knows the history of Guy or New Jack Swing remembers, and that's a sad thing that that we need to make sure we we celebrate him and not buy into any false narrative based on one interview at probably a low point in his time. That should not be his story at all.
But let me say this: when you have, again, it's going about somebody in your household. When somebody in your household that has a voice just as loud as yours says, "Well, Aaron's this, and Aaron's that," and adds to that, it it adds to, well, if he's saying it, then it got to be true, right? So, because let me tell you something. Anybody can say, the fans can say, Aaron ain't the same about it because they hear in interviews, right? Aaron ain't the same. He doing this and he that, he did this. And you go, I don't really care about what y'all saying. I really don't. But when somebody in your own house adds to that, to add to their thing, that's when people start paying attention to it. But I'm gonna say this again, and I'll be repetitive. When it comes to my brother, everybody know I don't play.
Mm.
I don't play when it comes to him. He ain't never gonna be forgotten ever, because you still talking about him. And guess what? Bobby is talking about him. And anybody else talking about him, you got to bring it up. The reality is, he did co-write those records.
Mm.
Now, whether the business part of it was done correctly or not, or whatever, that's for him to say, and for whoever else was part of it to say. But he did it, and for you to act as if he didn't, and then sometimes say he did, and say we did.
Yeah.
Look. I try. Like I said, I'm trying to stay. I try to stay cool. I can say so much, but my thing is, you don't talk about your brothers.
Mm.
Because if I sat here and said something about my brother, it'll go viral right now if I said something. And like if I was to just come up with anything, you know what? Da 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 da. They'd be like, "What? Damon
Mm.
said that about Aaron?
Mm.
Oh man, it'll go viral because they'll be so happy.
Yeah.
Damien said, and Damien said, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
So when you again, I go back to the first part when you say, "Well, I'm just gonna say this," and you don't look in the camera and say it. Well, I'm just gonna say this. They don't like me. What are you What are you talking about? Who is the they that don't like you? Me and my brother don't like you. The question should have been, why don't we like you? Why is it we don't like you? Where'd that come from? What did you do? Because somebody got to do something for somebody not to like them. Do you agree with that?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So you have to do something for me not to like you. So what did I do, or what did you do for me not to like you? Say what you did. Because I don't know what you did. Because I, I love you. I don't like certain things you do, but I love you and like you. But I don't like certain things you do. Same way with my brother. But so what? They don't like certain things I do. I just happen to say it, and I said it to them in their face before. So I'm not talking. I'm not saying anything I didn't say. I'm just not saying stuff that don't need to be said, because
Yeah.
why say it? My thing is, I want us to be together. I don't want the narrative being painted that there's another guy. There is no other guy. It will never be another guy. Even if something was to happen to me or my brother, there still will be no other guy. The problem is, every time something happened and things didn't happen and work out, let's think about this. Who did you hear doing things? You can go talk to anything. Who did you hear? Blackstreet separated. Teddy did another Blackstreet. That Blackstreet didn't work. You take that group out member out, add another group member. That didn't happen. Add another group member. Now you have Black. Oh, now that don't work because Chauncey got. And then you go over here, and you think you do the same thing with a guy? Are you insane? You get guy? You guy? Now, come on now. You can
Definitely.
you can take 2, 4, 5, and think you can replace that. You crazy. I'm 20 people on that stage. You know what I'm saying? Like you cannot. The energy is there's something special about energy when it connects. Me, Em, and Teddy energy is just a different energy.
Mm.
It's a vibe that can't be given by 2 other people. I don't care if they 2 better singers, 2 better dancers, 2 better looking people. It's still not the same.
Mm. Yeah,
It's
and you
not, and you're
demonstrated it
seeing it.
just 3 years ago on the Legacy tour. So you did demonstrate it in front of, in front of thousands, up against New Edition and Keith Sweat, and you guys not just so held your own, but still shined through. And so it's not like people are talking about the past. It is very much recent. I remember in '95, I was in '96 on the New York Undercover soundtrack. Tell Me What You Like came out, and we were like, it was almost the biggest treasure that we could get to look at the first record from Guy in more than 6 years. Did you not see Teddy when you recorded your vocals for that?
No, we did. Here's the thing. When we did Tell Me What You Like, that was for the
New York Undercover
um,
soundtrack.
New York Undercover soundtrack. We came back. There were segments, and so when I say we didn't see each other from 90 to
To 19,
99,
yeah.
there was that one segment, and that was the segment where we came, we did the record, didn't do anything because we actually went on the show and was on a segment of the show.
Uh,
So we are on that show singing that song when they go into the club. We're on there. So it was like they, and again, they didn't have to beg me, but they was begging us, man, please do this record. And I tell people this all the time. We came out after not seeing each other, let me say for 6 years. So please forgive me for everybody I said. I didn't see Teddy from 90 to 99. I saw him for a quick snippet in 96. And we came together and we did that song in one day.
wow.
And that song it was dope to me. I loved it,
Yeah, yeah.
right?
Yeah, loves.
It was incredible record. And we did that after not seeing each other. We gotta think about all of this.
Mm.
What groups, and I'm gonna say this again, I'm always gonna say this. What groups do you know that 90%, let me say 90, I don't want to be on no cocky. 90% of the album of the songs we did from Guy, Future, any soundtrack, 'cause I know y'all was speaking about it in one of your things, you, VJ, and everybody, right?
Yeah.
And y'all was speaking about New Jack City.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
It's almost impossible to say that New Jack City wasn't really that record because that's the only. I don't care. I don't know samples, right? So when people say samples and stuff, but when you think about that record was the pinnacle of that soundtrack in
Mm.
many ways. So when people say, "Well, I don't think," I'm like, "You're crazy," because when you hear that record, I'm gonna go. That is in. It's immediately hitting. And I don't say nothing. I'm
Mm.
Guy all day, right? I'm Guy all
Yeah.
day. Everybody can have their opinion. I think it's 4. I think it's 8. I don't. It doesn't bother me at all. I know what it is to me, so I don't care. You know. And I say this all the time. I'm like, when Guy got together, because you spoke about the New Edition tour, and we held our own against Keith Sweat and New Edition. I'm like, uh, it's a story within itself within that, right? It's like we don't have to hold nothing. Like we are who we are, and again, I'm holding back. It's so much I can say about everything, but what I'm saying is, Guy ain't never have a problem holding it down with nobody. And 90% of Guy's music is great. I'm talking about the songs. They are radio songs, top 40 records. We didn't have a lot of album cuts. You didn't go, oh, they got 2 singles and the rest is album cuts. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You pulled records off that record and started playing it. Because that's how great the Guy records were. Why? Because when you bring all 3 of us together, it was something so special beyond the music. And when you go beyond the music and you allow yourself to really understand that some things are blessed by God to be together and has nothing to do with I see you every day or I speak to you every day. I know you. It's just I know you. Mm-hmm. I know how my brothers sing. I know how Teddy can do. I know what I do. And when we get on that stage, people don't understand. We didn't rehearse a lot.
Yeah, because I saw you before and you said a few weeks of just get a few steps in, but then it.
That was it.
And Keith was on tour almost through lockdown, so he's been touring. New Edition had the Culture Tour, so they've been
touring. And I'm sitting there going, if we were to sit there ever, let me listen, we've never done, if we ever sat down and said, let's stop, let's really go hard in the paint and show these cats how we really get down. Because we've been, 95% of the tours we've been on, we headline. That's facts. We headlined them. A lot of groups can't say that. I headlined. No, you didn't. You opened up. You did this. You didn't have your own tour. You didn't do that. Let's not sit there and say that, right? Unless you funded it yourself. You understand? So my thing is, again, people always get upset at me like, yo, yeah. I'm like, why are you getting upset at a person that's saying that his group is the best group and I get down like that? I'm an artist that get down. And when you see me, go on YouTube, watch me. If you don't like it, don't watch it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'll go on anybody's stage. I'm not afraid of no group, no nothing. You're not going to kill Guy. It's just not going to happen. You can't. You can't. The music is too strong, first and foremost. Number 2, we all got that cocky thing in us. Some try to act like that, like they're not. Well, no, I don't think. And I think that this, man, stop this nonsense, bro.
You've recorded up to 54 songs. How many are going to come out on the album? Because that's, I mean, that sounds like.
I did 52 records, and 52. I'm doing 32 records. It's a double album.
Oh, wow.
Now listen to me when I say this. I'm not going to say too much, but I'm going to say this. If you loved Guy, the first album, forget, we won't talk about the second 2. If you love Guy, the first album, you already know, for those that heard It's You, it's the Guy vibe now with the Damion twist. It's a hit record, and y'all going to see, because I'm going to give it to you for real now. If people love that record, and they did, I got calls from Amsterdam, Germany, London was hot and fire. They wanted me to come and give the video and all that stuff. I chilled. At that point, I knew, oh, I got you. I got you. I got you now. So, and now you so excited because, man, this is great. And now you're going to say, this is great. He bringing it back. Now, but he got video and everything with it, and remixes and vinyl and all of this. Okay, great. Now you're going to go, does he have anything else? Is there anything else that you're going to go crazy about? Listen to what I'm saying. See, my nephew, I told him, you better not ever play my records for anybody, ever. If you play my records, we got a problem. Listen, J-Hop, that's my nephew. I love him. We work extremely well together. I said, don't you ever play my stuff. And I don't want to hear anything you doing that sound anything like my stuff because it's my stuff that I created. This is the facts. Don't do it. No, I won't. Cool. Then we good. We always be good. I love you. I got your back. I love you. I want you to be great. But nobody does what Damion do. This is just a fact. And when you hear it, you'll say, I always tell people, you know how somebody produce, right? You know how somebody produce. You know how somebody write. You can hear something be like, oh, such did that, or such wrote that, and that,
Jimmy up
and that,
Babyface, you can hear the
yeah,
Timberland.
that came from that came from that record, and that
Yeah.
sample came from there. Listen to me. You're gonna say, everybody said it. My nephew don't even know this. That's why he don't. He probably like, what is my uncle doing? When people that came to hear this record, they said, Damion, stop playing it. This is the best album in the last 20 years. And when you drop this record, you're going to make some of our artists, because some very powerful people came and heard the record, you're going to make some of our artists cry. Because know what? Even the stuff we doing don't sound like this. I said, I know. I said, I know. I know this for a fact. Why? And I ask you this question, please answer it. How many albums in the last 10 years did you hear where you listen to the whole album and you said, man, I hear 3 to 5 singles on this album, and I love the whole album? I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry. You can't.
Well, there was a Christmas album by Dal Simmons, but
A Christmas album. Listen,
that was a Christmas album he redid.
Listen,
But that was very rare. But I just said I had to think, and
you said that he redid. That he redid. So it was out before. Listen to what I'm saying. In the last 10 years, you went and mentioned Dal Simmons. Nobody knows Dal Simmons, and that's my guy. I love Dal. Nobody knows Dal Simmons as an artist.
Yeah, he wasn't singing. He got singers to sing on
right,
the
that's
song.
what I'm saying.
Yeah,
and he redid. I'm talking about name any R&B, anything.
Yeah, no, even Mary's last album, I listened, I didn't enjoy. I had a few songs, but I can't remember one song from it.
And I'm not knocking anything, but guess what? No people say, D, I'm still humming It's You in my head. You still humming It's You. Why are you humming It's You? You haven't even heard it enough times to hum it. You know why? When God does something, and I don't give no credit to myself. And my friends go, you got to give credit to yourself. You wrote it and produced it. I know. But God put that in my head. When I say this, listen, my nephew would say, I saw the interview. I didn't say anything. I just thought it was cute. And I said, ask him. That's why I said I had a witness. And I just did an interview yesterday, but it had nothing to do with this. Was something else. And the guy said, I love you because you're so right. I said, I have witnesses for everything I do. Because people like to create narratives for themselves. You can't create a narrative for yourself or because somebody know you produce or you write or you act or you know how to fix cars. You didn't fix this car. Nigga, you. So let's not sit here and play that game, because I can prove my point, right? I can prove my point. And when you hear this record, you're going to say, and I'm saying this beforehand, you didn't even hear anything except It's You, and you saw me give you the second single, a little snippet of the second single on my IG page, right? Now, I said this to the people that came to see it. I said, I'm not being cocky, I'm not being anything, because I don't talk about my music. They say, D, that's what we know. You don't talk about it. I said, if you hear any record on my album, I'm gonna let you hear. If you come to my house, I'll let you hear the whole album. If I send something to you, I might let you hear 1 or 2 records, and it's usually the first 2 singles, It's You and whatever, right? Me versus You. And if you come in, I say, if you hear any record that's not good, I won't release the album, period. This is somebody that's right here, right now, and be right here in front of you, and they go, no, he had them here, and they said, Damion, it's not a like. Listen to my words now. There's not a song on the album I don't like. I remember the melody of all of them, but truthfully, and I don't want you to be upset, I said, I'm not going to get upset at what you feel. They said, you have, out of 32, you have 25 singles. I said, okay, who else do who else has 3 to 5? I just asked you in the last 10 years, name an album that can give you 3 to 5 singles. And you said, Daryl Simmons.
It was it's a Christmas album. But it was yeah.
Right. And then you went to the queen of hip hop R&B and said, I don't even remember any songs on her album. And
Yeah,
she
and
just dropped it a year ago. Let's
yeah.
think, let's think about that. I'm not saying anything about nobody because I listen to me. It's crazy enough that I'm even saying because I usually don't tell nobody I'm dropping music. I'm look that Damion Hall is coming out with some music. The thing that's going to shock all of you, and it's going to shock all of you. Listen, what I'm saying to you. I waited 3 years. Let me say this again. The record is 3 years old. Everybody that hears this record goes, nigga, this is so classic and so crazy. You're going to make people really, really, really think they're going to be upset at you. I said, well, they're going to be upset because I don't care who drop. I don't care who drop. I really don't care who drop a record. You know how many albums done dropped in the last 3 years? You know, because you pay attention.
Mm.
A, a grip of major artists drop and no noise. Why? They got the backing, they got the name, they had the hits. I ain't saying nothing. I ain't mention nobody. I just know what dropped too. And I'm sitting back like, I guarantee you, just like, let me go back to what I said. If you like the Guy record, so I love Groove Me, I like, and I love Peace of My Love and Goodbye Love and these records and Teddy's Jam and Crazy, You Call Me Crazy and Round and Round. And I love those records. It's so great. Oh man, then you might as well go ahead and get ready to look. Y'all gonna be talking about it. I watch y'all. Look when I'm not doing something. I watch y'all. All four of you do your thing about records and who album and going back and nostalgia and shit like that. Like I'm like I said, everybody's talking about nostalgia. You know why y'all talking about nostalgia? Because y'all don't have anything new to talk about.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, as I said, I have to listen to an album a week because there's nothing great that's out now. So we're doing Whitney Houston tomorrow. I'm doing Brian McKnight and doing the Thrill albums because there's nothing new that is John B did a good album because he really put his heart and soul into it, and so it's very rare. But not many people are really just saying, I'm just gonna pour my heart and soul into making a great album.
Let me
Um,
tell you something. Let me tell you. I didn't. I didn't. I would like to say I put my whole heart and soul into it. God did, and I'm not trying to be DJ Khaled right now. And congratulations to his new single. But God really did this, and when God does something, He makes no mistakes.
Mm,
I always remember my nephew saying, but I'm saying J Hot when I say my nephew.
yeah, yeah.
My nephew saying, "Unc, how are you doing these records so fast? Like it's just golly, like Unc, we moving." And I never forget, we said one day it was like maybe 3 o'clock in the morning. I said, "Let's see." He sound tired. I said, I know." I said, "Let's stop because we just doing records." I said, "Stop. Count the records we did already." And I never forget this morning. It was like we did 45 records already. I was like 45. We did 45 records. I didn't even
Wow.
know what we was doing because I wasn't writing songs in a book. I was really, and he'll tell you this. And the person that was there, my witness, would say
Mm,
he was coming up with this stuff like a rap.
mm.
Rappers come out with freestyles. Like I would go, I got the song, Neff. He go, what? I'm like, I got a song. I got a song. It's crazy. It's gonna tell me. It's nuts. And he was like, and I whisper in his ear. Then he said, "Oh, that's fire." I said, "I got the beat. Move." Boom, 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 boom. He go, get out of here. He tell me, he kicked me out the room. And he'll do stuff. And I come and I go, change that. Or no, that's dope. Or then I'll go in and do this. And he'll go he said, oh, that's nice. He'll play the bass line for me that I do in his ear. It ain't too many people that can work like that with each other. You understand? I love him, and I will always work with him. If he had the time, I'd say cool, because he signed to me as a producer. I don't even say anything. I just go ahead and do what you got to do because I want you to be happy. I don't really care about all that stuff. I want you to be happy. It's so easy for me to be this business person and no, you can't, and you ain't doing, and I don't care about that. As long as when it's time for me to do what I'm doing,
you're around.
You got to be around. You have to be around. It ain't, you just have to, because now I'm ready to go back in the lab. So, I got so much stuff. I'm telling you, I have so much. I'm not a person that do a bunch of records and then pick which records I'm gonna put on a record. I didn't do that. Every record I did outside of the 20, because God told me leave those 20 alone, because the 20 had nothing to do with the storyline that God wanted me to paint and give to y'all. And it's not for men. This album is for the man that don't know how to talk to the woman, that don't know what to say, don't know what love is, don't know how to care, don't know what it feel like to not be with somebody. I wrote, and again, this came to me after the fact. I said, I don't even know what I was writing. I was just doing stuff, writing. And then after it came, I was like, I paid attention to it. And I was like, this record is really a phenomenal. And my uncle said, this is the best album ever. And I said, you think? And then my little brother, who heard it all, because Aaron didn't even hear my whole album. He only heard what y'all heard. Because I don't let people hear my record, my music. I just don't. So when you listen to this record, you go, this stuff is classic. You just do that. And again, it's like not me saying it. When I tell you, I wish I had videoed everybody that came and listened to it. Yeah. It was the same reaction. Everybody gave the same reaction. Everybody said, yo, stop. Stop. D. Who wrote this? I said, I did. Who produced this? I said, I did. Nigga, I know you produced because you did the remixes to Damion and da-da-da. I said, yeah. He go, nigga, nah, dog. But this right here, you guys, you have the album, bro. Like, look, don't let nobody tell you. And I love that people was really like, and behind the scenes, in closed doors, they said, don't let nobody tell you you don't have the album. You have the album. This is your Thriller. This is your Purple Rain. This is your Songs in the Key of Life. This is your Guy record. D, this is better than Guy's first album, dog. And it's hard for me to say that because I love Guy's first album. They said you are going to kill everybody, and I said, okay, cool. Well, we'll see when it drops. I'm not here to say anything. The music will speak for itself.
So what's the timetable? What do you think the timetable will be for single, video, the whole album coming out?
Single is now we now truly place a time frame on it. Single's gonna be May. I'm not gonna give the date because I don't want nobody trying to do whatever. Nobody gonna be able to stop this because it's about to be really ugly. The single gonna be in May, along with video, along with vinyl, along with everything. When I release the album, you're gonna have vinyl, you're gonna have special editions, you're gonna have CD. I'm doing everything because I'm an old school cat. I like the old school way. And if you don't want it, then you won't get it because you're only gonna be able to get it certain places. I'm not a Spotify, I don't care nothing about that. That doesn't help me. You know what I'm saying? So if you follow me and you want it, then you're going to get it. I also have a network, a television network, Hall of Fame Television, with Roku. I just signed last week. So I'll be able to distribute to 164 countries simultaneously without any issue whatsoever. So everybody is going to be at a pre-order. And again, you'll start seeing stuff, because how y'all look at stuff, you'll start seeing it.
Mm.
The rollout is going to happen, and it's going to happen in a very strategic way, um, because I don't do anything half-assed. I just don't. And I'm a person that I talk so much real that I want you to realize I'm a real king just walked into your crib. I'm not regular.
Mm.
Ain't nothing regular about me. Your friends gonna be excited when they see me. Your wife, your kids, everything. I'm not sitting here no regular person. I'm not sitting here. I don't lift my morals on accolades of Guy. People love Damon because they love Damon the person.
Mm.
It ain't about, oh, Damon from Guy and he's great. Look, I am from Guy, absolutely, but that's not my life.
Mm.
It's not. It's what I want the people to get. That is my occupation. I would love for us to be together because there's nothing better than us being on that stage. It is buffoonery, and it's a ridicule for anyone, let alone somebody from your own camp, to create a false group of Guy to the world when the real Guy is what they want to see, and you giving them this falsified fake image of people who a was doing solo stuff and was in a group with blacks. Stop. It doesn't even make any sense. They don't. They don't, and I'm gonna keep saying it like that because they know it don't make sense, but they're just happy to be with Teddy. I say this all the time. They're just happy to have a job and be out there doing some, hoping that some of Teddy's juice go on them and they can do solo records and maybe produce for other people because they with Teddy. You're a clown. I don't care how great you write, produce, and sing and kind of production you got in your house. You corny, bro. You're not who you really are. You just happy to be getting some kind of love because you can't get love unless you attach to him.
Yeah.
And he has to be attached to y'all. So I don't have to be attached to nobody. I don't need to be attached to him. You ain't seeing me go, what? I'm gonna get two other people and I'm gonna put them on stage with me and we're gonna give Guy the way I see it. Me and my brother talk about that all the time. We just talk about it. It's like, man, this is crazy. Like for everybody that paying attention to this, it doesn't make any sense. Nobody's Aaron Hall. Nobody's Damion Hall. You can say what you want to say. You can talk all that crap you want. But at the end of the day, we'll see. You'll see. That's all I can say. You'll see.
Yeah. Yeah.
Look, I'm never gonna be quiet. I'm never gonna be just like, you're not gonna see me no more. I have to be dead for that to happen. And hopefully God don't take me no time soon. But
Mm.
at the end of the day, my kids know what I'm doing. My crew know what I'm doing. And I tell people, when you got bullets in your chamber, when I say bullets, when you have the songs, or you got a movie coming out and it's the movie because you starring Denzel Washington. You know what I'm saying? It's like, if you got the movie and you being market, man, don't tell me nothing. Just let's see what you say when you hear the music, because the music speaks for itself. Let's see when you see the person. Y'all see me. You see me right now. You either say he looked good or he looks bad. That's on you. I know what I look like. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I don't sit around worrying about anything. I pray for everybody doing great things out there. I'm so thankful for New Edition, and I'm repeating them because, man, that's the only people close. And they came out maybe 4 years, 3 years before us, 4 years before us, right? So it's like,
Mm.
I I love what they're doing. Do I wish it was us too? Absolutely.
Mm.
Who wouldn't?
Yeah.
When you are on that caliber.
Yeah.
Yes, let's go. Let's
Yeah.
do it. Let's have some fun. It ain't about competition, it's about fun.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
grown ass men now. We ain't got no time to be like, oh, I'm better than I'm better. No, I just say Guy's the best group. So what? That's what I say. You
Yeah.
want
I
to say
mean,
New Edition?
yeah.
Say it.
I mean, I see, like, because Mr. Dalvin from Jodeci, he like you kept the brand going when Devontae left and Casey and
Yep.
JoJo did. He kept the brand, and then he got them all back. They, they've been doing tours, and then Casey and May once in a while do stuff, but he doesn't do. He doesn't do Jodeci. He does, Casey and JoJo.
Right,
But they come back and they're, as a unit, much bigger, much powerful, and so it's one thing that, and people will not want to see Jodeci without all four. The same way
right.
we definitely would want to see the three of you guys, especially after you've just given us part of the legacy tour. There was an expectation, hope that actually the next year you guys were gonna carry
And,
that
and
on.
now, now let me rightfully say this again. Now I had cancer,
Yeah, so it makes
so
yeah.
it's impossible for me to tour, or even up to this point. So y'all wouldn't have seen, even if. And again, I don't know where the bad blood or where all this came from. I don't. I know where the narrative came from, and it came from one person. But and then because of the negativity that was surrounding, not because my brother did something, just the just the news surrounding that, everybody wanted to keep that act like he had something to do. He had nothing. He has nothing to do with anything. He's in that narrative was what the narrative that was painted. There's one person that created the narrative against Guy. That's it. Y'all know who it is. Y'all know the name. Y'all gave him interviews. Stop putting me and my brother in that nonsense. We're not part of that nonsense. I'm part of the trio, but I'm also part of, you're not going to stop me from eating. It's impossible for you to stop me from eating. You're not that powerful to do that. You're not even that good to do that. So stop with that nonsense. You cannot do that, bro. You needed my brother. And this is the thing, and people are going to probably say, oh, he's been, no, let me say something righteously. Because I don't let people talk about family. You're not supposed to talk about family. I love what Markel and Akil said when you asked them the question about me, right? You can't say anything but that. Because Damion didn't do anything ever except be on time, be this, do that, do that. Ain't nobody control me. I controlled me. And then I controlled making sure and took the blunt. If anybody took the blunt of Guy, it's me. Me. I was the third person. I'm the one that took the hit on the head and the da-da-da and made sure that I had to go talk to Aaron and talk to Teddy and get them back on the same page and get us all on the stick. I did that. We didn't have to, it was no fight between Teddy coming. Me and Teddy was cool. Like we would sit down and say, this kind of show we should do. We should do these songs. We do this. And then it'd change on the other side of the fence and it never Look, man, I'm being cool. I'm being cool because this stuff is serious for me, right? And when you defame somebody's name, that's serious. And it's only because of the love I have for him, and I leave it that. It's the love I have for him. Because there's many things that he's doing that is not right, period, on any facet. It's just not right. And again, I go back to people keeping the narrative going, thinking that shit is cute. And none of y'all know me, and none of y'all really know my brother. You definitely don't know me. And you talking that mess like you that. Don't do that, bro. Like I'm really not that person. This is for real. So it's like we don't have to go there. All we want to do is great music, great tours, and build on the legacy. Let's create. Let's do a residency. Let's create, open up stores and do Guy merch. Let's support each other and come out with new songs and then be on each other's records and build each other up. Let's speak when we have a mic or the capabilities of being in front of somebody that has a fan base that follows them. Let's speak truth and life into each other. Don't speak negative against me. Because if your voice was that strong, you could be keeping food off my table, which means you're keeping food off my kids' table. Now, how should I take that if you're doing that to me? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
How would I take that? You playing with fire, and you shouldn't play with fire when you don't like fire. You don't like fire. Nobody want to see smoke in their window. Like, oh shit, my house is on fire. Nobody wants to see that. So why are you creating smoke when you ain't really that guy to create smoke? You ain't that guy. So why are you even doing that? So it's by the grace of God that everything is cool. That's the grace of God. That ain't grace of me. That's the grace of God keeping you cool, bro. That has nothing to do with me. I just think it is the time for when you at an age where you still look good and you can still do what you do, and God still allow you to still have your gift. You don't play with that gift. You use that gift and you give it to the people who want to receive it, and you don't paint no other picture except we are doing our best to be our best for y'all. That's it. I'm not doing anything else. I don't want no hard feelings. I don't want anything. But I also don't want you talking crazy about me, because that's wrong. That's it. It's wrong. It's not right. It's not. And again, I say this because I want people to feel like, man, I'm not upset. I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed in when you reach a certain age, man. You gotta thank God that he's still capable of doing what you're doing in this industry. This industry is wild. I just asked you a question a couple minutes ago. Tell me a record of the last 10 years. I can go 20 years. You wouldn't be able to give me that answer. I go, give me 10 years that you tell me 3 to 5 singles. You couldn't do that. That is so insane when you think about how much music has come out. But then it shows you how people are not connected to their gift. Because if you're connected to your gift, I'm talking about you truly are connected to your gift. You're not going to spend the money. You're not going to waste the money. You're not going to go into the studio with every major producer, writer, and come out with trash. You're just not going to do it. The pride is, and I don't like speaking pride because I say pride comes before the fall, but you are not going to allow yourself to allow your legacy to be tainted.
Yeah.
So instead of doing a whole album, let me just give you 3 songs. I know I got 3 bad songs. I know I got 3 phenomenal records. So let me feed you these 3 records and not give you an album, because I don't have an album worth of material that's good. And I don't want you telling me, man, what happened? Man, why you released that? Look, I'm talking this because me and my team, I will promise you, I'm not releasing anything. And I told my team said, well, let me tell you something. We got to get together and we have to listen to all the records. And then we got to go to radio and make sure we do our radio and make sure that these records are the records you should come out with. I say, I don't care what you saying. And I don't care what you're talking about. I know this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4, this is 5, this is 6. Listen, I can keep dropping and dropping and dropping. You know, and I know, Guy lasted their whole life on 1 album. Listen, if you really look at it, if you listen to our shows, you only hear the majority from the first album, and you might hear 3 or 4 from the future record. You hear nothing from the 3rd album. And that don't make any sense when you had Dancing. That was one of our biggest records.
It was your number 5 on the Billboard 100, yeah.
Billboard 5 on the Billboard 100. Bigger than all the other ones on Billboard 100.
Yeah.
Of all our records. You got to think about that for a second. And then when I give you songs like Not a Day, Love Online, Telling Me No.
I love Love Online.
Are you crazy? These are records. These are true. And this is when you heard me and my brother really sound. You really heard the whole brother sound on those records. You're like, whoa. People just call me and say, D, I ain't gonna lie to you. But you was
not a day goes by. Not a day.
Yeah, I don't want to say nothing, but you did your thing, right? And I sit back and y'all don't even know the real quality. There aren't that many groups that can do that. We can go to the 3rd album, sing, and you still stand up and go, "Oh my God, did you hear that?" Because we hear, "Ooh, ah, ooh." Are you crazy? Name a record that hit like that on anybody else's. You can't. And this is why I laugh when I hear Teddy almost down guy to build another group up or to just fit in to the narrative. It's hilarious to me because how do you do that when you're in a group that really, really changed music, bro? So you should be proud of that. Ain't about being cocky. It's about being true. Darn groups that get together and do what we do, bro. Look, we can do it in our sleep. Look, we can do it in our sleep. Other groups have to go to other producers. This is what it is. Facts.
Yeah.
You got to go to other producers because you can't produce and write your own stuff. You're not doing that. Let's not even act like you're doing it. And then when you're doing it, you're sampling old samples again because you want to be heard. And so you pray to God that radio pick it up because it has that sample in it, and you just change the lyrics and you change the melody, maybe. Because most people that sample records, they write to the melody of that record. You understand? You know this. Y'all are historians of music. They write to the. When you hear my album, look, I'm looking in your face right now. When you hear my album, you're not going to be able to compare it to any other record. You're going to say, and you're going to have to say, remember I'm saying this to you on this day.
Yeah.
You're going to say, I didn't know that he even could do this. I did not know. And this does not, every song on the album of 32 songs, none of the songs are copying each other. None of the songs have the same melody. None of the songs have the same beat. None of the songs have the same anything. You can't name a record, even in the last 20 years, I can say that. Because you'll hear records on the same album and you'll go, that sounds like number two. That sounds like number, am I telling the truth or not? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay. Listen, I am, you're not going to say it. And I speak for anybody else that's listening to this, for anybody that's going to listen to this and say, oh, Damion talking this and Damion act like this. And, Teddy said this and now Damion saying, I don't care what you say. I really don't care what you have to say.
Do you have a name
I
for the
don't.
album? Do you have a name for it
I
yet?
do. It's called Perfect Designer.
Okay.
It's called Perfect Designer. Why? One of my songs on there that J Soul co-wrote on the album, he came up with the majority of that song called Perfect Designer. And for the first time ever, after I listened to the record, because I listened, me and my nephew listened to the album in my order that God gave me. And then I said, shuffle the album. Shuffle, put it on shuffle. And we shuffled it. And it gave you the same feeling. He said, you can play this record 32 to 1, 1 to 32. You can mix it and you still get the same feeling. What album can you hear where you can do that? Look, I'm not talking, it could be anybody. This could have been anybody's record. God just chose me. God chose me to be the person to be able to talk what I'm talking. And for everybody here to go, what is he talking about? Tank just dropped a record called Control, and it's hot and it's fire. And he got 11 singles, R&B urban singles. He just beat Usher in the R&B urban. Usher had 10, he has 11. And who is he to say I'm Damion Hall. For those that don't know, I'm Damion Crazy Legs Hall from the group Guy. Not from the former R&B group Guy, from the group Guy. Not from Guy 2.0, from Guy, where it's Teddy Riley, Aaron Hall, and Damion Hall. That's who I am. I'm also a person that didn't have to reach outside my box to do anything. I reached into myself, and God used me to do my album. The same way for those that's going, oh, really? Go to my 94 album and look at the credits and see what it say, okay? I also produced 75% of that record. I just happened to use Tricky Stewart and Sean Sepp Hall, who are phenomenal. Tricky is the greatest person now, and I'm very happy for him. But they'll tell you what I did. Those records were done before they put their hands on it. This is the facts. So I already had wrote 16 songs. 16 songs that I wrote are the 16 songs that's on the album outside of Satisfy You and A Song for You. I wanted to do a song for you, and I thank God for John Nettlesby, who did that record. I said I wanted to do it just like that, and then I changed the ending, and I added the change of that and then took it back to the original. I also got an award for the best ever song for you done. I got an award from the foundation. So nobody can tell me Damon didn't produce, Damon didn't write, Damon don't. Yes, I did. It might have, and for those that don't know, I was selling more records than my brother, and they stopped me. I was 7 with a bullet on Billboard, and then they took me off of Billboard, and the executives of MCA said, "We cannot allow you to be bigger than your brother, and we won't." And they took me off the charts. Period. So I'm not bitter. I'm not upset. I'm not anything. But do I know my worth? Yes. Can I write records? Yes. Did I executive produce that album in '94? Yes. Did I do the cover? Yes. Did I do the inlay? Yes. Everything that was on that album, I had. You see other people's names on it, but ask them. Ask the people now. Ask all of them. Karen, Stephanie. They'll say Damon did everything. It's facts. So I don't sit back and go, oh, well, nah, Damien did it. But now God did this one because I'm telling you,
Any
I would have
duets?
never, nope.
Okay, so we don't expect a guest appearance from Shantae.
No. And listen, I wish. Listen, listen to me when I say this. And I just had a conversation maybe 3 weeks ago. They said, then who do you think the best female singers of all time? I mentioned 5. And I said, Celine Dion,
Wow.
Aretha Franklin, Whitney Houston. I mentioned 6. Whitney Houston, Patti LaBelle, Mariah Carey, and Shantae Moore. No particular one through 6.
Shantae Moore.
I said, when you listen to them sing, if you listen to Shantae sing, her voice is angelic to this day. When Mariah Carey, when they was doing that tribute to Mariah Carey, she was in the audience.
You weren't feeling it.
She was looking at Shantae Moore like this, because Shantae killed it.
Yeah.
She looked at everybody else that did her record and was like, you're not singing my song. You know what I'm talking about, too. I know you do.
Yeah.
She looked at him like, bitch, don't sing my song, right? Don't sing my... Shantae Moore, she was like, this, you had to be. Because Shantae killed it. When certain people are on a stage together, this is when you know who the real singers are to the people that were just promoted to be great, to be marketed correctly. So I don't knock any facet. But if you talk to me on some real, I'm going to give you the real and say, man, stop it. You know damn well she don't sound better than her. You know damn well. People say, who do you think one of the best performers are? This was in the same conversation. They said, Damon, because you so real. We love talking to you because you so real. Like you don't sugarcoat. I said, well, one of the best, the top 2 performers, overall performers and singers in the female category is Beyonce and Fantasia. When you see Fantasia perform, she's not just performing, she's pouring her heart out to her fans. It's almost like she's constantly in worship of thanking God that she's in that position. And you can feel it when you see her on stage because she's our version of Patti LaBelle. It's like when you have Shaka Khan, I'm sorry, not Shaka Khan, excuse me, forgive me, Tina Turner. I always say Beyonce is our version of Tina Turner. Even though Beyonce was a better singer, when you look at her perform, she's Tina. You're like, she is, Beyonce go in. No matter, forget all the rest of the stuff you might hear. She goes in. Fantasia goes in. And then you have a lot of other females who can sing, not really particular great performers, but they can sing and so they captivate you. But they can do so much vocally. You understand? It's a difference to me. There are vocal singers, like Brian McKnight is a vocal singer. Like, I won't say he's a great performer. He's a phenomenal singer. and writer and producer. But I'm like, okay, cool. You know what I mean? It's like, all right, cool. You go, who's a great performer? You got Jason Derulo, you have Neo, Chris Brown is up
Mm,
here, you got Usher,
mm,
and then you have everybody else. I'm
yeah.
sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
And I'm only talking performance, right? Like
Yeah.
I'm talking about
Perform.
overall performance. Don't get upset at me. Well, I can sing. I got hits. I didn't say you didn't have no hits. I didn't say you can't sing. I said overall performance.
Mm.
And people gonna say that about me too. When I finally come out, people gonna say, "Let me see what his old ass can do." You know what I'm saying? And I want you to do that. I absolutely want you to be like, "This is Mr. Talker, Mister Everything." Yeah, I am. So you go ahead, and when you talk, you can say what you want to say. It's cool.
Are
Listen,
you are you
go ahead.
getting
I'm
an
sorry.
award in Atlanta at the end of the month?
I am April 25th. Yo
Atlanta.
ATL
Okay.
Raps is giving me an is it an icon award? I think it's an icon award or legendary award, one of the two. Legendary award, icon award. And they just called me. I didn't know who Yo ATL Raps were, and I didn't really care. The fact that somebody called me and said, "Look, it could have been Aaron, could have been Teddy, could have been Guy. We want to give it to you because we've been following you,
Wow.
and you are the reason why Guy has been on the. We see what you do to keep Guy going.
Mm,
So let's not
mm.
even sit here. You deserve this, and if you never get another one, you getting this from us. I say, look, you can give me a trophy, a little bowling trophy award, and I'll be happy because it ain't the fact that it's how they came to me. You understand?
Mm,
So I thank God for that. It's the same way when the Black Honors in 2016 gave Guy an award. That was our first award we ever got.
mm.
And I sit back and go, and people go, "What? Y'all never got a Soul Train Award, never got a BT Award, never got a VH1 Award, you never got a American Music Award,
A
you never
Grammy.
got a Grammy. How is it you never got a European Award? How is it that, nah, bro, you can't, nah, something wrong with that picture." And yes, something is wrong with that picture because you can't change the sound of music that everybody had to gravitate to. And trust me, I don't care if you say the producer did it. Uh, it's the group that
Yeah, yeah,
made that big. You understand what I'm saying?
yeah.
So when you have that, how can you give praise to? I got a problem. Look, listen.
And
The
that
industry
is
is the industry is hilarious to me because they want you when you doing something great. They like, ah, yeah, great. And then when they see they people separate people, then they go, oh, okay, it ain't that now. Now it's over here. It's the Guy featuring Teddy Riley. Oh no, it's
it's
Teddy
so
Riley featuring Guy. Let's flip that. And I used to always say, people, if it's Teddy Riley featuring Guy, then y'all shouldn't be shocked if you see Guy with just me and my brother. Because who is Guy?
Mm.
Who is Guy? How can you feature yourself?
Somebody was saying that Gene did that either because MCA wouldn't have allowed it, or was it to appease, was that a GR production type deal
That
with
was
my,
a, that was a GI production thing, but they had to agree on that. You understand what I'm saying? That's not. Let, let me say it this way: if I was Teddy and I was in the group, I would never ever allow somebody to separate me from the group that I'm in, unless I wanted to be separated because I saw you about to take me someplace else, and I'll be able to do some things without the group. You understand what I'm saying? So just say Teddy Riley is the great producer. You could have just did that and managed him on the production side. He's still Teddy Riley, still great, and then kept Guy here. But you said you started putting on records, Teddy Riley featuring Guy, and I said, how stupid is that? And I think that got to people's heads too. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I'm Teddy Riley, so that means I'm Guy. I started. No, you didn't. You didn't stop. You didn't,
mm,
and you're not, and you ain't gonna be. It's all three of us, or it's nothing. And then I tell people this also, because this is old stuff. So I'm going back to old stuff. I'm not making up anything. I'm just saying going
Yeah.
back to old stuff. When Teddy left and then he did that song on YouTube against Blackstreet and Guy with he's rapping and he's talking about we're not gonna make no money and we're not gonna get this and get that without him. And it was a real record. Like he went in and really produced a record. I said like he really went in to produce a real record. It sounded better than some of the stuff he's done recent. Like then, like I'm like, wow, this is a real record. He really, I'm sitting there when I heard the sound, I heard to be. I was like this. I was like, what is this? And they was like, then I heard the lyrics. I was like, wait a minute. I said, wait a minute. He's talking about us. He's ragging the group that he's in. Wow, that's crazy. That irritated me because I then saw that whenever he feels that he doesn't have control, he'll do anything. He starts to go to the deep end. You know what I mean? My brother never said. Aaron had one bad interview, and that we talk about. We talk on Vlad.
Yeah,
That's one bad interview that he did, and people hang up on that. Stop that. Teddy had 15, 20 interviews that he's saying the craziest stuff about Guy and creating these stories that are not true stories and fabricated on truths and lies, and that's not good. It's not good because people don't know the story, they believe the story.
Yeah.
And then you keep on exasperating on the story, and you're like, that's crazy. And my thing is, you can tell a story without mentioning me.
Yeah.
Don't mention. You can tell a story without mentioning my brother, and you can tell a story without down in a group that you in that people want to see you in.
Yeah.
But because you started another group, you want to down the two people in real Guy so that people can like this fake ass guy that you talking about.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. I mean, and the way you guys sort of separate, because after the Guy 3 album, you had a song that's number 5 on the charts, your biggest single to date. And then
right.
Aaron does Why You Want to Keep It For My Baby. And I would have thought at least you would have been in the video.
No, I wasn't in the video. I
Well,
wasn't
you'd
in the
want to
video.
drove him. Okay.
No, I drove him and I was in the video. So you see me 3 times. What people know about that video, I also co-directed that video. So that video, me and Aaron look fly in that video. First of all, you see it, but there was no reason for me to really be seen so much in the video.
Yeah, because that's why I
Because
didn't. Yeah, okay.
right, so if you see the video again, you'll see me in the car, and then you also see me. I may put myself edited in three portions of that video, but
Okay.
it was mainly about Aaron and the baby and what he went through with his baby. That was that. I don't need to be like, why you want to keep me from my baby? Like, that when you again, if you see it, you'll say, wow, they really complimented each other in that video.
Yeah, yeah.
And then look,
But
Teddy
when
left
it's
then.
yeah, but that's what I'm saying because you had your biggest single. You would have seen it's top 5 albums doing great. Why was there like and it
There
was
was
there
there was there was no, and
communication?
I say this, I say it and I say it and I'll repeat without really going hard in the paint with it. If people want to know the truth, because nobody's gonna say, you can put a lie detector on me, but they don't want to be a liar. But get us in a room that when somebody lies, it can detect.
Yeah, but
You understand? And then at the end, come be down and go, damn, this nigga lied about everything. Right? Because a narrative is only presented and accepted from the people that talk it. It's like creating that you go in somebody's ear, and then they say, and they come back, and it's something different at the end, right? If you do that and you're talking to people it's Teddy Riley's time, he's doing Remember the Time book. So everybody's going to do interviews with him, and we all are going to exasperate this narrative that he's creating. And he said out of his own mouth, we call it guerrilla marketing. What are you talking about, guerrilla marketing? You don't even know what guerrilla marketing is. But now somebody tell you what guerrilla marketing is, and that's cool. But you don't have guerrilla marketing down us. Guerrilla marketing, market your joint and do you. Because I want you to be successful, bro. Like I
Mm.
never not wanted him to be successful. We, and I'm gonna say this for me, and my brother. We have never been jealous of Teddy a day in our life.
Okay, that's the
There
narrative.
was
That's because he had the Michael Jackson stuff. You guys were like, "Oh, so what about us?" And then,
listen again. I'm not saying certain things. I got receipts. I'm not gonna do that. I'm just not going to do it. I promised my dad I wouldn't do it. I got receipts. I don't need to be upset at Teddy for doing Michael Jackson. God bless you. You was doing Jane Childs and all these Joy Boy George and everything when you was with Guy. Why would I be upset at that? You was doing that. That's who you're a producer. Do what you do. It never stopped us from doing Guy stuff. 88, 89. You left the group. We never kicked you out of a group. If me and Aaron didn't like you, let's think about this for a second. New Edition said, and they said themselves, they kicked Bobby out the group, right?
mm,
They said
mm.
that. So if me and Aaron was the brothers against Teddy, we never came together and said, yo, we should kick Teddy out the group and just bring somebody else in the group. We never did that. Even when we did Guy with just me and him, we didn't bring another third person to play vocoder. Even when we did Guy, when Teddy left and did that song and he was doing Blackstreet tour and then we was touring as Guy, me and my brother, we was headlining still as me and him. And when we did shows, and my dad said, Damion, do all the shows you can. So do the shows with Blackstreet. That's the only reason why I end up doing shows with Blackstreet. Because I said to all the promoters, don't put me on no show with Blackstreet.
Mm.
Don't do it. Because I don't want to see him. I just didn't want to see him. And it's because of how he did and what he was saying about us. But when my dad said that, I said, cool, all right, we do it. Why is it when we did shows with Blackstreet, with Teddy and Dave Hollister and all the rest of them cats, them other members that wasn't the real Blackstreet, Dave was really in real Blackstreet when they did at one point, but then he went and did with Teddy and then other people. Why is it that we headline still? If Teddy was such the bigger name and the bigger voice or whatever,
Mm.
why they open up for us? If we're talking about, you know, who came on last. I don't really care about
Mm.
the headline shit. But my thing is, we headline, me and Aaron, and nobody said, why isn't Teddy on the stage? Where's Teddy? Teddy just left the stage with Blackstreet. Nobody even thought about Teddy. This is the facts. I'm only saying this, I said it before. Nobody thought about him.
Mm.
So nobody cared about whether Teddy, y'all care about it because y'all grew up with that. Y'all grew
Yeah.
up with it. It's almost like saying y'all care about seeing Timmy, Aaron, and Teddy together because you saw it on the album cover. And so you figured, well, Damion don't have to be. Well, matter of fact, no, he does. Because how about if Fordham was in the group? Are y'all crazy? People who say stuff like that, I'm like, y'all got to be the most idiotical people on the planet Earth if you ever think we're going to be on stage with us four. That's like doing Blackstreet and doing two different Blackstreets when you had the original Blackstreet. That doesn't make any sense. Like, why would you do that? And then people accept that. People go, oh, wow, this is great. You got a Blackstreet over here and a Blackstreet over here. What are you talking about? You can't have two Blackstreets. That don't make, so I'm going to do Blackstreet 2.0. He tried that before with them. Now you do Guy
Uh,
2.0. Why just start another group? It's because your legacy is attached to both of those groups.
mm.
And if you separate your name from those groups, only you know this, look in the mirror, you don't have a name. Because you ain't never paint the name by but you did paint the name by yourself. You're Teddy Riley. So do Teddy Riley stuff. It's fine. Do Teddy Riley and the Teddyettes. I don't care. But don't do Teddy Riley and Guy. That's all I said,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
And
yeah,
I'm saying it to you because people always ask me this question. They go, D, don't. I said, I'm never gonna down Teddy.
yeah.
Never. But what I'm gonna say is I'm disappointed in him. Because only he knows when he's in his room by himself, when everybody else is gone and all the lights are turned down and everybody's not going, Teddy Riley, I'm so happy to be around Teddy Riley. And Teddy Riley helped me produce and Teddy Riley helped me become, and if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be, man, get off all that, man. Y'all stop. I'm gonna stop there too with that. At the end of
Yeah.
the day, you sit back and you come over here and you go, if you are who you are, you don't need to down me to make you better.
Yeah.
Because I'm not gonna down you to sell my record. I'm not gonna say, "Oh, please buy my album." I'm not gonna say anything. You'll see.
Yes.
You'll see what it do. I'm not gonna have to say. I'm me. I'm fly. I look fly. I do me. I love people. People love me, and those that don't love me don't have to love me. You don't even
Yeah.
have to like me. That's on you. But I'm gonna still do me because there's 9 billion people on this planet.
Mm.
And trust me, if I waited for everybody that ever loved God to love me, man, please. So most people are fake. For
Yeah.
real, for real. Let the truth be told. So I
So,
don't sit back
so we expect so May is just a couple, a couple of weeks away. So
a couple of weeks away.
so we've got some summer jamming to get look forward to, and
I promise.
especially you've got a whole sort of outlay of how you're going to drop the videos and the songs and the vinyls and CDs and stuff. Which definitely it's becoming making a major comeback. People buying physical product like vinyls, but also because the music videos have shrunk, even with AI and stuff, that people are appreciating the visual effect. And yes, I
Yeah.
think it's a good idea that you're not putting your music on any streaming service. If anything, the only one I would probably prioritize would be YouTube because that does complement that does it makes people view.
Compliment. No, it
Yeah, it
does
does
make people
complement
go. Yeah,
more.
yeah,
So
yeah.
yeah, streaming service
Absolutely.
it'll
Absolutely.
just get lost in the ether, and then yes, then yeah, selling it direct, But when you are about to launch, we have to do it live, so the fans can ask questions about the music and really get and especially with the accent where they can get stuff and any stories behind the songs. I mean, that will definitely be stuff that we'd
No, we're
look to
gonna we're
do.
gonna we're gonna do all that, and I'll definitely give that to you because I'm like I'm excited and I'm thankful. Um, I thank God I don't rely on music for my children and my life to survive. Right, I don't. So this is gonna be fun for me. Because I'm gonna like going through the process. Like I like the process of it. I like the naysayers going, yeah, whatever. Yeah, he ain't like I'm gonna like because all that's gonna happen. Everybody's gonna pick their sides and do this and um do what they need to do. But when they get home, they're gonna be like, yo, on some real, I love this record. Look, I'm listen, God already showed me, and I don't say that often, but my friends will tell you when Damien say God showed him something, it's real. God already showed me how this thing's gonna play out. Because I know everybody. I knew most people that's doing these podcasts and stuff before they became podcasters and because before they became these known people. I think I got with you when you first really started,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
I'm one of the first real artists that you picked up on, major artists, and I'm sitting back
Mm,
and I've seen how great you became, and I'm very proud of you and the whole system. I really am. I don't look
thank you.
at this industry to make me. It's definitely not going to break me. Um, I give music the way I'm about to is because God gave it to me, and I cannot disappoint God. Because if it was just me and I did it, and I did the album, I probably wouldn't release it because I'm so irritated with this stupidity that's going on in the industry and how people will be in your face and smile in your face and Damien, what's up, D man? Everything's cool. And then I see an interview and I see them fabricating and pushing the narrative that's been created by
Mm,
Teddy with this unnecessary stuff. It's so unnecessary. Um, and I love Teddy. It's hurtful and disappointing
mm,
because I love him and I've done a lot, and he knows to have his back. And let me
mm,
put it that way. I've done a lot to have his back, and um, it's so easy to not have somebody's back, right?
yeah.
and let you go through things yourself. But I didn't do that.
Yeah.
And to 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 be disrespected from somebody you love, it's almost like being with a girl and you finally say, I'm gonna stop cheating, I'm gonna stop doing everything, and I'm gonna give myself to this one girl, and you give yourself to her, you really take care of her, you protecting her, you moved, and you really being that man, that king guy. I don't believe it, man. I'm a real king cat. I treat it like one, I move like one. I don't play the game because men almost are like chicks at times. They get emotional and they start changing. They move on emotion. A man ain't supposed to move on emotion. You know what I'm saying? You're supposed to move on definitives. You know,
Mm,
thought it out. You know what you're doing. You ain't knocking somebody because a real man will defend his household and defend his castle. You understand? He's
mhm.
not gonna let another man talk about him and disrespect him because now you you crossing the line into a barrier of you playing with my kids, you playing with my bloodline, you
Yeah.
playing with my career, and now we got to fight. Right now we have to fight.
Mhm.
So because of love transcends all of that for me.
Mm,
Um, and so I just keep it cool. But you know, only you know. You know, my brother know me. My
yeah.
friends know me. My
Mm,
the girls I deal with, when I say girls, the girls I deal with, they know me, right? They
mm,
know how I get down. They know what it is. It's like you're not gonna sit. You don't have to play that game. I don't do anything to get a pat on the back from the industry.
mm,
I don't need you pat me on the back. You either gonna love me and give me the love you give because you should, because I gave you a quality of work that's worthy of that, and I never did anything wrong to you. So if you don't do anything, don't do anything. But if you do something, don't disrespect me.
yeah.
Because I ain't never gonna disrespect anybody in the business doing anything they're doing because God allowed you to have that platform to be great, to be able to touch other people, to be
Mm,
able to build other people's careers, to be able to talk life into somebody and
yeah.
not talk darkness into them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think these platforms, especially our platforms, we should talk life into someone. We should not have to exasperate all these negative connotations about another person, especially when you don't give another person the same respect you gave
Yeah. I
another one.
mean, yeah, I'm still shocked that they've canceled the TLC Salt and Pepper Tone. I think people were saying if you're not Democrat, then you're not black, and so you're an enemy. And I'm like, well, that's slavery. Oh,
That's slavery.
that is
I'm
slavery.
sending you something right now so that you can have it. I just sent it to your WhatsApp so you can see.
Okay.
Um,
Oh my goodness.
not so
Yeah,
so you won't see that
cancelled.
I'm trying to create something that was in media. So that's how I got it. You know what I'm saying?
Wow. Yeah, that's slave because if you're saying that you have to if you don't if you do go
Acquiesced. Right,
yeah that is definitely yeah I'm it is such a disappointment that people will do such a thing and but that is the community. I mean there were so many um podcasters and people who were saying well I'm not going to go and I'm like what has she I mean regardless of her political choices and stuff you've got to I mean she's not killed anybody, she's not done
right,
anything other than that she's just had a preference and so that's disappointing because within the community they're just attacking and pulling it down and there's going to be people happy and dancing around the street yeah we've successfully done that but that's
right.
their livelihood. That's their legacy artists. That's their livelihood, and you just sort of pull that down for what long-term gain. It is sad to see.
Look at what else I sent you, and I just sent you something else on WhatsApp. Look at that list.
Okay, here's the list of black Trumps. Oh goodness. Oh my goodness. They put Dark Child, um, Nicki Minaj. I know they make Nicki. They're going after her. Um, oh, I see Teddy at the end of Cameron. Okay. Goodness. Uh,
So I don't want to look. One thing I don't do is spread false narratives. If I say something, I just want to show you,
yeah.
right? It's it's not me. Anybody can read this. This is I read it the way everybody else read it. I'm like, what the hell is this? Like, why does it matter who somebody acquiesced to? It doesn't look. I can find falsehoods on both sides of the fence. I can find if I'm looking for any falsities in anything, I can find it. You have to study for yourself, right, wrong, or otherwise. You cannot allow, but again, we are in a culture
Yeah.
now where the hell with what you're talking about. We don't care what you're talking about. It doesn't matter what you're saying. What matters is that we don't agree with it. And since we don't agree with it, we're going to talk real loud. Look, they want, I'm going to say this too. The powers that be know that they can get into black people's heads because we don't stick together. We just
Mm.
don't stick together. I don't care who paint it, who say it, who you interview. We all have this. We want to be great. We want to be successful at what we do and all this other stuff, but we don't stick together. So they know if they paint the narrative enough, we're going to talk loud, and then they're going to say they're going to reverse psychology you and go, if they don't like their own people, we're going to cancel them. You understand? So if black people are saying we don't like Chili, we don't like Tom, and we don't like this person,
Mm.
then they're going to go, look, we don't need them. We got money. We don't really need them. So let's stop them from making money. But the narrative is now trying to put everybody into slavery, right? People are not even paying attention to this. The narrative is changing. They're not. I don't want to go. I don't want to go into politics right now.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is they're not trying to make things easier for anybody, for the people. But people separate black, brown, white, Indian, Chinese. They separate.
Mm.
When literally us as a people, all of us have to unite in order to stop the buffoonery. We don't unite at anything because we need reparations and we getting this and we getting that. We never gonna get reparations the way you're saying it. It's never gonna happen because they know how powerful we are.
Mm.
So they're always gonna try to stop that. So you should know how powerful you are and you try to uplift each other instead of making each other worse. Because the more we go against each other, the more they go against us, and the more they go, well, if y'all go against y'all, why are we not gonna go against y'all?
Mm.
You understand?
Yeah.
So, okay, Kanye says something about Jews. We take billions of dollars away from Kanye. Y'all think Kanye's not a billionaire? They're just not saying it now. So because they're not saying it and they paint the narrative, you think he's broke. You can't have $9 billion, talk about you, and then lose all your $9 billion. Because you can go back into Forbes and go back into where you say Kanye was worth, he was our first billionaire rapper. Now you go, Jay-Z is our first billionaire rapper, 2.5 B, and now Dr. Dre just became our second billionaire rapper. Narratives are just narratives, bro. Like I don't care if you're a billionaire or you just made $100,000 and you comfortable in how you live your life and you're happy about how you live in your life and your family and your kids and all y'all are happy. I don't care about your money. I still got prestige. I still, in some walks of life, I can still do what I do. This goes for anybody. I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about anybody.
Yeah.
So because the narrative is painted as money gives you everything. No, it don't.
Yeah.
Money, let me tell you something. You can be inside of a one bedroom, you can be in a shack and have peace. You know how many people are living without peace in their life?
Yeah.
And you can say anything you want. That's why I got a podcast about the start. I'm not gonna talk about it yet. But here's the thing. No, I'm being for real. And my thing is it's called The Truth. I'm bringing that back. They was like, bring it back. So as I'm bringing it back, I said because people sit here and want to sit lies and talk lies and let people lie on their platform. I'm not. Why are you letting somebody lie on the platform? Matter of fact, why don't you got my number? Why don't you say, hold up? I'm gonna call Damion right now. Right now, while you saying what you're saying, I'm gonna call Damion. Yo, what up, D? I got Teddy on the right here in front of me. And what he said was, how come people don't do that? You know why? all they want to do is exasperate the narrative. A real person that's really down with everybody is going to go, nah, bro, I know Damion, and Damion don't do that, bro. Let me call Damion. No, don't call him. Oh, why? Because now you got to be confronted with the truth. Because you don't know what I'm going to say. You know what your publicist told you to say. But you don't know what I'm going to say. And so you don't say nothing. Because when you hear my voice, the truth starts now when you hear my voice. Yo, what up, Ted, man? I love you, bro. Well, I just told everybody that you don't love me and I love you more than you love me. How can you say you don't know how much I love you, but yes, you do. Because you know what I did for you. You know how I get down. So you do know. But they don't know. So they go, okay, well, I guess you told us, right? I guess that's what it is. Teddy Riley said it. That's thumbs up the Teddy Riley thing. And that's not cool. At the end of the day, it's like, look, I'm talking about that because everybody really want to hear that storyline. Like, where did the storyline come from? Why'd y'all separate? Why'd y'all break up? Why'd y'all do this? You just did a tour in 23 and then y'all don't love each other now? Like, no, I was sick and my brother was sick. And let me leave that. Where's that? He'll tell his story. You know what I'm saying? So I don't look. Don't play that game with me, bro. That's why you do it over this. Don't do that. I take sickness for real. You know what I'm saying? My kids could have lost a daddy. That's real. You ain't talking about that. You didn't send me no flowers. And for all those that saying I didn't, when his mom did pass away, God bless Mama Riley, I called him. We spoke. Me and Teddy spoke on the phone. I love you, bro. I love you, little bro. Like, if you need me, I'm here. All right, no, I love you. All right, I can't travel, so, and I couldn't. Neither could my brother. That's real. So when somebody says, well, they didn't even come and they don't care. Come on, bro.
Yeah.
I love your moms, bro. I love your moms. I love you and Markel. Mom. They know, your mom know. God bless her soul, bro. I don't need to talk about nothing. I don't care about what nobody say. You understand? Me and Mama Valley spoke when I was around Mama Valley, the times I was around her. We ain't got to sit there and play this game. I don't play those games. I don't play games with parents. I don't play games with kids. I don't play games with none of that, bro. I don't want to sit here and talk that. Teddy's children are my nieces and my nephews. Whether they talk, don't talk, whatever. I love them. You know what I'm saying? Anything with me and they daddy, it's between me and they daddy. But I ain't got nothing against they daddy. I ain't got nothing against Teddy. Nothing. Listen, I'm saying this. I have nothing against him except that I'm disappointed in his storytelling. And I say storytelling because it's storytelling. It's going around creating a story. You storytell. That's like when you kids, you go, you're a storyteller, right? You're a kid. Nah, you storytelling, bro, because you only tell that story to people that listen to it. You'll never tell that story around the people that you saying is part of the story. If I'm a character in the story, talk to me too. All these cats that speak to them, they know who we are. They can say, well, you're not that important to be on my platform. If that's what they're saying. You're not big enough to be man, stop. Y'all talking crazy, bro. Y'all don't even make any sense.
Yeah.
You love Guy, but you only like one person in Guy. You love my brother. He was everything. Oh, he's street cat. Aaron Hall is everything. And then you want to sit there and jump on a narrative. You Puppy was everything to everybody, and then you just don't talk about him. Stop. Yeah, people are crazy. That's why. Look, listen to me. People are straight crazy. Everybody go through their situation, and only you know what situation you're going through because you are in the situation. And so whatever you did, negative, positive, whatever, the outcome and the repercussions of it is something that you allow yourself to be a part of.
Yeah.
So you can't sit there and you can't paint my story for me because I'm going through it myself.
Yeah.
So you can't paint that story. You can't tell somebody Damion Hall's a liar or Damion Hall is this or Damion Hall can't do that. You can't tell that story because they listen to you don't know that Damion Hall's in the studio and Damion Hall is is creating a big company, and Damion Hall is helping feed the hungry every day. I'm doing all kind of philanthropist stuff through my book bank foundation that I'm ambassador of, global ambassador of. I'm feeding the hungry, taking care of kids, putting kids up in planes, doing everything. What are you talking about? You can't talk about me and what I do. You can't say I don't. You what are you doing? What are you stop? What are you talking about?
Yeah.
I'm not music. I'm not just music. I'm not just a part of Guy. I'm a human being. I'm a king cat who takes care of people, who watches over people, who helps people every day, and who's trying to be a better father, a better dad, a better brother. And I'm gonna do the best I can to give my music to the people the way God told me to give it to y'all.
Amen.
You're either going to accept it or not accept it. But I'm gonna give it, and it's on you. And I'm telling you, when I give it to you, you're gonna be like, oh my God, this is what we've been waiting for. Thank you, Jesus. Because everyone says, this is what we've been waiting for, especially anybody 35 and up. You ask anybody about music, they go, man, we need some real music, man. We need real music. Nobody's giving us that real R&B, that substance, that thing that you remember, that when you hear it, you go, whoo-wee. Listen to me. You're my guy. Look, listen, I wouldn't do an interview with nobody. I don't care. I don't need to do interviews, bro. I could be Prince. I don't need to do no interviews to be anything. Don't get it twisted. That was one of my best friends. It's for real. I don't need to do interviews to be known and be appreciated. I do interviews with people because I do it out of respect. And sometimes my people teams like, you got to do these interviews because it's their platform. Okay, cool. But I'm not going to let you say anything about me because you don't know me. So if you have me on your interview, let's both respect each other and let's talk about music and let's talk about real stuff. Let's not bring up unnecessary.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I don't want to talk about the unnecessary when the unnecessary don't matter to me. The only reason I even bring up a smidget of it because I'm in Guy, Teddy's in Guy, Aaron's in Guy. I love my brother. I protect my brother. I would protect Teddy the same way. But when you talk about me, I have no other choice but to say, I don't know why you talk about me. I love you. Don't do that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not doing it about you. Don't do it to me. I love you, bro. And what you should do is stop the nonsense. I'm talking directly to you now, Teddy. Stop the nonsense because you done took it far. I don't know how many books. If you're gonna get author of the year. I don't know I don't have no idea. You got the New York Times bestseller, #1. Congratulations. Stop talking about me and my brother. We're not talking about you. Stop with this clown shit you're doing with Guy 2.0 because it's clowny. It ain't helping you. Whoever's telling you in your camp is helping you, they stupid. And you shouldn't listen to them because they're not helping you. Guy is Guy. We can do stuff and be great and not even speak to each other. If you don't want to talk to us, don't talk to us. But don't think you putting a foot on our neck where you think you're going to stop us because you said something in an interview. You're talking about Blackstreet. You're talking about you got the mic and you can, if you wanted to, you put your finger down. You can stop them from doing things if you wanted to. You can't stop nobody from doing anything, bro, that they want to do if God is behind it. Yeah. You don't have that power. You're not strong enough. You know how strong you are as a man and as a person. So stop the nonsense, bro. Stop the nonsense. I love your family. I love you. I don't like what you're doing. You know I don't like it. If this could be a camera, I'm doing my own camera work. You know I don't like it. You know it's wrong, bro. Whoever's whispering in your ear because they followers of you and they listening to you and they putting this stuff in your ear to talk about your brothers, you should slap them in the fucking face, bro. Excuse the terminology. You should slap them in the fucking face and tell them, I'm not listening to y'all no more. This is ridiculous. Let me stop this nonsense. If you want to help other members you got in this Guy 2.0 to be something in their life, then go ahead and do records with them. But don't do it don't do an album with Guy name attached to it in any capacity. And you got the Guy logo with the lion on the stuff. Come on, bro. And I know you probably gonna do an interview, and when you do, if you say something off tilt, you're gonna make me have to come out with receipts. I don't want to do that. I'm not bitter. I'm not upset, because you know how I am if I'm upset. You do know that. I'm disappointed in you, bro. And I'm disappointed in anybody that's out there singing Guy shit that think you can take the place of me and my brother. If you feel a seriousness in my voice when I say that, because I am serious about that. Stop disrespecting me and my brother, bro, because you wouldn't do it in my face. And the rest of y'all that's around him singing these goofy songs that y'all niggas shouldn't be singing. Y'all wouldn't come to our face and be like, yo, I'm doing it. Y'all wouldn't do it. Everybody know where I'm at. Y'all know what it's like. Y'all know what it is. Stop, but you probably won't because y'all followers. And that's okay. Be a follower. Guy did a song called Gotta Be a Leader. Biting my style, something that I can't swallow. Teddy actually said those lyrics. And he is biting our style, Teddy, Aaron and Damion style, with people that have never been in Guy, that would never been put in Guy, that can never even stand in the shoes of Guy. And he's singing these songs, making people think that they're going to replace us. You cannot replace greatness, bro. You cannot replace greatness. And anybody that listens to this will go, oh, now he's saying he great. I am great. And if you know me and you see me, just come to me and say, nigga, I said you ain't great. And I'll say what I say to you. This is for real. Because I'm not upset. I'm sick of all the clowns out there that's acting like they can talk about me and my brother and think that shit is cool. It's not cool, bro. Y'all are cowards and y'all corny. And at the end of the day, when I say Guy's the best group, I say Guy's the best group because that's the group I'm in. And I know what we did for the culture of music and New Jack Swing. I don't care who they gave the name to. I also say this. When you have a sound and the sound is yours, that sound is yours. Give somebody else another sound. Somebody copies your sound, that's a copy. That's cool. That's flattery. I look at that as flattery. I'm not upset that you try to sound like me or try to do beats like me or shuffle drum sounds like me and add this. I don't care. I'm flattered because you can't do me better than I do me.
Yeah,
you can't. There's never going to be another Damion Hall, whether y'all look at me as an artist, not an artist. You're going to see, because I'm serious about who I am, who God created me to be, and who I am in this industry, and who I am as a man. I almost died 4 times in my lifetime. As a baby, one time on the street, a gun clicked to my head, boom, no bullet. And then the open up chamber, and there was a bullet in the chamber, but God saw it different. That's a whole nother story. And those that was there, they know what happened in that story. As blood clots 300% in my body, and as having cancer, I should not be here talking to anybody. So for those that care or don't care, if you don't care, I don't care about you neither. At the end of the day, I could have died, bro. But I'm a father, and God said you are a father, and you are a brother, and you are an artist, and the world has to see your works. So I'm still here. Amen. You can't stop me from being anything except what God wants me to be. Teddy, I want you to be successful. Teddy, I want you to be great. Teddy, I want you to have a successful book, and I'm proud of every endeavor that you got. I'm disappointed in you on how and what you created and the narrative you created in every last one of those aspects to praise yourself and not praise the 2 people that was there during the whole time. You didn't mention it at the Hall of Fame when you got your Hollywood Walk of Fame. You played that funny style. When you had your songwriters thing and we spoke and I congratulated you and you said, yo, you can come down. That didn't happen. That's okay. I still was happy for you. When you did the Lego movie, I congratulate you on that too. This is facts. You didn't say, yo, come, you should be invited. You didn't say Pharrell. Invite the group too so they could be there so they could see us as helping each other and being with each other. You didn't do that. Like when you have the power and you have a stronger influence, because people create that Teddy Riley is the main, then use it to benefit the others if you have that.
Mm.
If you truly loved us the way you said, well, I showed them love. You didn't do anything for me, Teddy. Let's make this clear. You did nothing for me. You didn't buy me a car. I didn't sleep on your couch. I didn't do any of those things that you said I did. And when my brother did it, he did it because he was doing music with you inside your apartment and y'all was creating with each other and it was late night sessions and that's what happened. Don't make it seem like he was homeless and we slept on your couch. Because that's how it came across. Y'all all know that. And y'all ran with it. I'm not saying nothing except, listen, from the kindness of my heart, people know when I'm upset because I talk a different way. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just disappointed because Guy is so big and we're so great with each other that you should not want to kill that. We're getting too old to disrespect one another. I don't disrespect you. Don't disrespect me. My brother don't even talk. He don't even talk. Nobody's heard from him in 3 years plus. And they still want to create this narrative. Oh, he can't sing and he this and he sounded like this. And no, people, because you say it, people repeat it. You know what I'm saying? If you said Aaron Hall can sing his ass off and Aaron is the greatest thing, and I love Aaron, and it's just, you'll use it when the narrative fits you. Like Aaron did my prerogative, and then one time you'll say, you won't mention him at all, my prerogative. And then you'll mention that he produced, which one is it, right? So you talk out of both sides of the mouth. Stop doing that because it's not appealing. It's not appealing to me. For everybody that allowed you to do it, for everybody that did interviews with you that allowed you to do it, that's just because that's what they do. They wanna hear that. But anybody that interviewed me, I'm not gonna talk negative about Teddy. So don't ask me questions about it like that. I'm talking how I'm talking about it because I didn't say anything. And I don't want people to think that it doesn't affect me, because it does. It disappoints me because I know how great we are. And guess what else? Other groups and other people know how great we are.
Yeah, no, definitely.
They are so
Definitely.
happy. They're so happy that we're not out right now. Know why? Because they get to have all the real estate to themselves. If we were out, you got to share that real estate, bro. And if we were out and had some sense and really said, yo, fuck the dumb, let's give the people something they never saw before in their life. People thought they saw a Guy. Let's really give them Guy. Oh, Lord have mercy. It'd be problems in the warehouse. That's facts. Because I know how good I am. And now that I have to do my own thing, I have to now show the world how good I am. And we're going to go through the motions. I feel like I'm 20 again, coming out with a record. And it's like, man, I'm about to be 58 coming up with this kind of record. I gotta be in shape. I gotta be ready. I gotta be on point. And yeah, it'll be difficult for at first not seeing Aaron and Teddy on the stage, but after maybe 3 or 4 shows, it's gonna be out of my system.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna do what I need to do. Look, I don't lie about anything because what it is what it is. You know, I don't care how big I get as a solo artist. I'll never be as big as Guy because it just in the hearts and the minds of the people, Guy is everything. So I can be Michael Jackson, be as big as Michael Jackson, and it still won't be. They're still like, yo, when you get back with Guy, is Guy ever gonna come back together again?
No, that's always the
I'll
case.
always get that question. So I don't knock that because I would embrace it. Like, hell yeah, we're gonna do Guy, but now we're doing Guy different because now I'm a different type of person. You feel me?
That makes
So
sense.
it has to be this way, this way, this way, and we're gonna have some fun doing it. Everybody's equal, and we're gonna do what we need to do because nobody is greater than anybody in Guy. That's how I look at it.
Yeah.
And if you have to look at it, who did a lot of the work? Damion Hall did a lot of the work. I put a lot of the work in me. This is facts, but who cares? I still never say I'm bigger, I'm better, I'm this, I'm that. I don't care about none of that. Look, my brothers will always be the voice of Guy. I don't care how many times I sung lead and did this. That don't make me a lead singer of Guy. I can only be a lead singer of Damion Hall. That's it. Aaron will always be lead singer of Guy. Teddy Riley will always be the sound of Guy, and I'll always be the energy of Guy. Always. These cats can't do it what we do. So don't try to do and don't try to emulate us. Don't do that. Just do you. That's all I say to people. Look, I love everybody that's listening, and everybody that's listening with a good ear, that really listens and really assessing this and not being on no stupid, understand what this is real life. This people's real life. I never worked a 9-to-5 job in my life. Never in my life have I worked a 9-to-5 job. I don't know what that feel like. I don't know what it is, and I'm never going to know what it is because I'm never going to do it. So when you think about that, you got to say to yourself, what do I know? I know Aaron and Teddy. That's why I'm saying the things I'm saying. I know Teddy. I know him. I wasn't just in a group. I know him. You understand? So I can see when he say certain things, he's only saying it because nobody's around. He's only saying it because he was told to paint this narrative. This is for real. You can see it. When you see him, you can look at it. Look at his face. You can look how he move. You can see how uncomfortable he feel when he says certain things. You can see it if you're paying attention. If you're not, you just going, oh, wow, I just interviewed Teddy Riley. This is fucking fantastic. Get out of
here. Well, I know I'm probably the only show that he has avoided, maybe because everyone who knows him in and out has been on. So it's quite hard to say things that I probably won't say.
Right. No, that's facts. And he should be on your show, right? Because it's not like you're nobody. You have now put yourself in the realm of I am a voice. So it's the difference. Why wouldn't you do that? Because you probably be a person that go, you know what? I'm gonna call Damion right now on this phone and put him online and see what, and he'll be like, what, no, don't do that. You know what I mean? Like, no. Because a real person really allows the real to come out. They don't create the narrative. Look, I loved when I did the interview with my boy Court, when I did the big Court interview, and it went viral because we didn't talk nothing negative. We talked real stuff, and the way he did it, he dealt with me hand in hand. And at first he was going to put out something a certain way, and I said, no, bro, take that down. Can't do that. If this is going to go viral, it's going to go viral on some real shit, and it did. And he hit me up and he said, bro, I love you, man. Thank you. That was real right there. I said, nah, you was one of the real cats. I don't really do interviews a lot. Nobody's just seen me do it. I just don't do them. I got to like you to do an interview with you. Because I don't care about what you got to say. Look, your audience is your audience. Your million subscribers or whatever the fuck you got, that's on you. They ain't got nothing to do with me. And I'm not going to let you use me and paint some narrative on me. Because if I see you in person, I'm going to check you for it. Because you should never done that. That's not what I said. You know what I'm saying? Like when I did that Blackstreet interview long time, it wasn't about Blackstreet.
It was during the COVID, and
during COVID, right?
And I think you've always been consistent with saying Guy's the best group, and you've said it many times today, New Edition and Tony that the only ones you sort of look up to, and what they did is they clipped the part where you says, well, and maybe they're trying to say, what about Blackstreet? They've won a Grammy, and you're probably saying, look, forget about that. This is Guy, but then they don't.
They clipped it.
Clipped it. So it just felt like this F Blackstreet, and so that was what went round.
And guess what? And everybody will say, why did it end so quickly? I called everybody. I called Blackstreet. I called all them cats. I said, I heard y'all saying, no, D, we ain't saying nothing. I said, listen, y'all know me, bro. I called everybody. Listen, this is real. I'm giving you the real. I called everybody. And then I called them and said, y'all never get an interview from me again. And I said my words with them, and I meant what I said. And they heard it. And that was that. I leave it there. At the end of the day, don't play games with my words, man. I'm not no little kid. Don't do that. Don't play me like that. Because I'm a total different person. And if I show you that person, you're not gonna like that person. You're not gonna be able to understand that person. So I don't show that person because it's not even, it ain't that serious. But I said what I said, and then they took it down. and said what I said. And if you saw what Teddy said, Teddy took his message down too, because Teddy had said something. Then he took his message down. Why did he take that message down? Because I called him. I said, now you sitting there worrying about Blackstreet. I don't give a fuck about Blackstreet like that. Y'all know that. I care about Guy, bro. But I didn't down Blackstreet. I said, ain't no group better than Guy. And then I named a bunch of groups after that. Blackstreet, 112, Jagged Edge, this, that, and the other. I said, but I love them all. They all did something great. They did what they did. But I'm not going to sit here and say, they're not better than us. What are you talking about? And even if they better than us because they feel they better than us. And that's fine. I don't feel they better than us. But I love them all. I'm friends with every Jagged Edge, Silk, 112. They can't listen, they won't say nothing negative about me if you spoke to them. That's real. Because I am this way on and off. I'm not downing nobody. I want everybody successful. Everybody look fly, got a swag, doing what they do, got songs, got hits and stuff. You just not Guy, bro. That's all.
Yeah.
That don't knock nothing. Now, look, we all do what we do, and we try to. We hope to survive years and years in this industry, right? We hope to be able to be accepted after you release your hit album, and then you didn't release no record no more, and you're like, does anybody love me? And then you get calls from promoters to do shows. You're like, oh, yay. I ain't never yay a promoter ever in my life. Like, yay, we got a show. No. Every promoter know how Damion worked. Ask any promoter if you ever, they go, nah, we love Damion, bro. We love how he worked. We love what he does. And if look, I don't do shady business. I don't play games. I don't do any of that stuff, because you can promote me, not promote me, hire me, don't hire me. I'm going to win no matter what, because God says so. It ain't got nothing to do with anybody else. And I always say this, I'm not your average artist. I don't see him be like, oh, Jesus, please, God, let my record sell. Let me be able to come out. I'm not saying any of that about nothing. It's going to do what it's going to do. That's it. I don't know what it's going to do, but I know I'm going to give it to y'all. And I know I'm going to do my best at it. And I know, because I love the people. I love people, bro. Like, music has been garbage for a long time now.
Definitely.
Right? You talked about vinyl recently. Vinyl went up 38% in 2025. 38%. So we know now people are getting sick of how things are going so much that they're going back to the old school way of looking at things now. So it's the same thing with music. The first person that comes out, like Coco Jones has a great single, great record, and you don't hear it. Why? That don't make any sense. You got Ella May that's probably doing, on this new album she have out now, doing the music that she always wanted to do, and it's beautiful. It's like a jazz fusion type of record. It's great music, but because people used to her with the other stuff, they're probably like, oh, what's this? Is different. And then you have, now I can go on, and then I don't want to talk about other people, because other people I'm like, right? Because I think people are not given the respect, and those that do have good albums are not being pushed properly. Why? I don't know. Because a lot of them are signed and got good people behind them, these names that I know. I don't know why. You can't, I just don't know. So I can't think about it. I just pray for everybody to be great, because, man, it's hard enough. It's hard enough trying to survive day to day. And then to come out with some music, and you got AI and you got Suno, and everybody's an artist. now everybody's an artist. Listen to me sing. You hear my song? I'm like, you haven't sung. I knew you for 30 years. And now you talking about you coming out with an album? Man, stop. Y'all crazy as hell. Look, I think AI is great. I think you got to know how to use it, know how to implement it within your system without it taking over you and giving you a false narrative of yourself. You know what I'm saying? Because are you gonna perform this? Good luck. I always know AI when I hear it. I go, it's too polished. You know what I'm saying? It's too polished, and it sounds the same. They only spit out certain melodies, and if you go country, pop, rock, they only spit out certain melodies of each one of those genres. You follow me? So
Mm.
you have everybody coming out with music that all sound like the same AI music,
Yeah.
different voice and same thing. I'm like, y'all are corny, man. I'm so sick of industry-esque things where people are forgetting the hustle and forgetting the gift and forgetting the getting the studio, create your music with your team or with yourself, and give people what you really want to give them within your soul.
Mm.
And stop settling for the trash because you're better than that. You're
Yeah.
better than that. That's all I can say to artists. Y'all are better than that. All of you, whoever all of you are, y'all better than that. I'm better than that. So
Mm.
I'm not rushing to release my stuff because I control it.
Yeah.
I own my masters. I am the label. I am the producer. I'm the writer. I'm the executive producer. I'm the singer. I'm everything with that album. That's
Yeah.
facts. My name is all over it. I
Mm.
own it 100%. And the percentage I gave to who I gave it to, that's the percentage they got.
Yeah.
So it is what it is.
So, I mean, as I said, it's been you're always speaking the truth, and I'm glad that you've been able to defend not just yourself but your family, the legacy of your group, because there are many of us who have been fans of the group and of you, of yourself and your brother for many years, and of course it's an attack on you guys. It still feels like an attack on us, and so we don't know the motives around this, but and you've been silent, and both you guys have been silent. So I appreciate the fact that at least you've stood up for yourselves, and that gives everyone else the chance to fight back and say, hey, you know, no, no, not so far. But the best thing that we're going to get from you is some amazing music, because we got the snippet last year, and actually the fact that we didn't realize what you went through after such an amazing legacy tour gives us a sense that okay, you're getting yourself in shape, and you're really going to do do it properly, when it
Yeah.
comes to the music coming out. So we're all going to be on the lookout for this May, and be rooting for you and supporting you. And actually, as I said, once the product drops out, we need to go live so people can start talking about what they like best about it, and
Yeah.
and really appreciate it and stuff like that. So that's definitely what we're they're definitely looking forward to.
I look forward to all four of you. This is gonna be my plus. I always say this to my people. They say, who halftime check? Some of them don't know and some know. And I go, let me tell you something. One thing I love about them, they're gonna give their opinions on the records. They're gonna sit there in their historical facet of knowing music and vinyl and all this other stuff. They're gonna sit there and they're going to cherry pick everything in the music and then give their I cannot wait. Listen, I'm telling you this right now in front of your face. I cannot wait for y'all to get the record when it finally come out. And when I do the pre-orders and y'all do a pre-order, and when you pre-order and tell me you got the pre-order, I will 9 times out of 10 send you yours in advance.
Okay,
You know what I'm saying?
okay, yeah.
Because I want you to be able to. Certain people I'm giving it to. I got my niece who is a phenomenal. She does curate music, right? So she like same thing y'all do. She would break it down. I like this, I
Mm.
don't like this, and the producer's this, and the writer's like that. And I cannot wait to hear the critique of this record because I'm gonna be sitting back just it's all smile because my team know they know what's about to happen. And so I sit back and I go, I cannot wait because nobody's expecting this.
Okay.
Not from me. They had expectations to get it from Aaron, and you still probably gonna get it. They had expectations to get it from Teddy because Teddy is producing and doing stuff, and they would hope to get this kind of music from him. But y'all had no idea. None of you had any idea that Damien had during my sickness, during my life recovery, that God blew life into my heart and my mind to do this album. I'm telling you, I can't. I'm so sick of the album. Let me say this for real.
You want to get it out?
No, I'm so look, because my next stuff I'm working on, oh my God. And you don't even know what I'm saying, oh my God, to. Because I'm like, when you hear this radio, you'll say, oh my God. I guarantee, listen, please tell me that, please don't sugarcoat me. Yeah, me and you are friends at this point. Do not sugarcoat me and say, no, I did say, oh my God. No, I did say, oh shit. No, I did say, I want you to tell me, you might not say it on your platform, but when we're talking one on one, I want you to be able to tell me, D, or D, this is trash. You said it was great. It's trash. Look, I don't care which way you go with it. Just tell me your truth. You understand what I'm saying? Because I already know. Look, I can sit back and I'd be on top of a mountain going, good luck. Good luck. Because if you're talking about just throwing out records and giving you real music, I'm giving you real music.
Yeah.
I don't know about I don't know about anybody else. And I'm giving you real music that you're going to remember. Because you said something very vital in this conversation. You said I didn't remember any record from this phenomenal artist.
Yeah.
And I go, what? You know how hurt I would be if anybody, listen, if anybody listens to my record and says, I don't remember anything from this nigga's album. I'm gonna say this right now. I'm listening, I'm watching everybody. If anybody say that, I don't remember anything, I'll stop performing. No, I'll stop performing. And here's the problem why I'm not gonna stop performing, because y'all already liked It's You, and I didn't even really do anything with it yet. Y'all was already jumping on it. If I had gave you the video and all the promotion and the marketing, y'all went crazy. So I'm gonna make you go crazy now then. Since you wanted to go crazy, I'm about to make you go crazy. And once you go crazy on this one, I'm gonna give you another one. And you're gonna go crazy on that one. And when I give you that one, I'm gonna release a third one. And you're gonna go crazier on that one. Listen to what I'm saying to you. I'm talking, this is called shit talking right now, y'all. This is called shit talking. Since people don't want to give and don't want to give the Hall brothers the opportunity to talk, and I'm friends with my man. I call him Gnome because that's how I say it shortly, because this is my cat here, and I'm friends with him. I'm saying certain things on his platform that I didn't say on no platform. Y'all not going to be able to say nothing about this music. You're going to have to give it credence and have to give it respect. That's a fact. And for those people that want to sit here and act like when you home and your girl say, turn off your song and put this Damion album on, only you going to know that. Because your girl going to say that. That's a fact too. I'm not doing cheesy music. I don't do cheesy music. I didn't come from a cheesy group. And let me tell you why I'm not doing cheesy music. God knows how to do things. I said, God, I don't know what you have. And he said, shut up. Like Noah. Like Noah's ark. He gave Noah the exact dimensions of how to build that ark.
Build the ark, yeah.
He gave me the exact notes, melody, breaks. For those that don't know what breaks are, changes in a song. All of my songs have breaks in them. All 52, but you're only getting 32. All 32 of those songs have changes in them. You haven't heard that in years. Not just changes, y'all hear it, y'all hear it, and y'all go, oh my God. How did he bring us old school, but it ain't old school. It ain't dated. It is now and beyond. Listen, I didn't say this. I'm only repeating what other people said. I didn't say anything. All I said was God told me to do an album. I did it. He used me and my nephew to be the vehicles and the funnel to put it out, and because I'm going to say we wrote, we produced, we mixed, and we would have mastered it. We had mastered stuff, but we mixed everything. Jay Hart is one of the dopest mixers on the planet Earth. Let me say it out my mouth. I will say he did. I was there for every mix. And I said, nope, not. He said, you know all this. Just learn how to do the stuff. I said, no, because I love him because he always gave me the ability to feel like what I know I am, but people didn't want it to give me the credit. He always says, I gotta give you the credit. I know you produce. I know you make. I know you. Look, everything you showing me, you're like, nope, take that, use this, and put that on there. Did it? But I say all the time, I wouldn't be able to be this. I wouldn't be what it is if it wasn't for me and him. We are D and J. That's Damion and J. We are D and J. You know, um, and we do phenomenal work together. And he don't understand what this next project's gonna be. This next one is untouchable. This one is untouchable. You, I sound, I sound weird saying this because you're like, what is he talking about? It's like I'm talking out of my ass. It's like, what are you talking about? But I'm telling you, the next stuff I'm about to work on, I ain't never heard this before neither. Look, if I brought my friend here for one time and I said, tell this man how many records I do a day, and tell him how fly these records are. I'm not talking what you heard before in the past. I don't think anything I do sound like anything you heard before. I'm being for real. You might want to, and that's why I can't wait for you and your 3 cohorts to VJ to talk about it, because you're gonna want to. Well, this brings us the nostalgia of Isley Brothers meet this and that. I know you're gonna want to grab hold to something because you ain't never hear this before. You can't even go into. Man, I'm not even gonna say anything because I don't want to keep talking. Let me tell you something. When you hear this, everything I'm thinking, you're gonna say. I guarantee you're gonna say it, and I'm gonna go, wow, and I'm gonna cry. I'm a crybaby. So I'm gonna cry because I'm gonna say, God, I thank you and I love you for showing me this, because you told me people are gonna react to it like this. You told me. So for every doubt I might have had in myself, going, I wonder if people are going to accept this. I wonder if that went in, and it went in my head and out of my head because I got so many people saying, Damion, are you stupid? Nobody got your record. Nobody got your songs. Nobody got your production. Nobody, bro. So don't let no other artist put fear. I said, I ain't got no fear. We know, but don't let the Chris Browns, the Ushers, all the people that you give credence to, don't let you go, you're not on their level. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. And this is not just my people that go, man, D, listen to me, bro. I love you for this. I'm glad it's happening for you because you deserve it, bro. You deserve it. Yeah, you about to be 58, but you don't look it. You don't act it. You don't move like it. Do you, and let people know who the fuck you are. They know who you are with God. They don't know who you are as Damion Hall yourself. Show these cats who you are. I said, all right, I promise you I'll do that. Nah, D. And my guy started, he was crying. The person I was talking on the phone started crying, bro. He's like, D, you deserve this, bro. This record is so phenomenal, man. Don't let anything Teddy's saying, anything your brother might say, if he says anything anybody else in the industry might talk about, they're haters if they don't like this. Listen, I'm going to tell you this. They're all haters if they don't like your record. And they all got their own opinion. They can do their own chart. They can break it down. Everybody got their way. They can do what they want. But I'm telling you, they will be haters if they don't sit here and say, man, I never heard body work like this in the last 20 years, 15, 20 years. Look, I was shocked when people told me that. It ain't just one person. I was like, 20 years? They said, look, Confession was the last record that really was the last body of work, of great work that came out was Confessions. I said, damn. You put my shit at Confessions? Okay, I like that. I like that because I don't. Hey, that's us. That's big. You know what I'm saying? What's that? He's at 16 million records right now. So I'm like, man, I'm thankful and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on your platform, bro. And I'm telling you, I did it because I care. I care about you, and I'm happy for what you're doing. I vowed not to do no interviews. So I said I don't need to do interviews. I don't care. But when you said what you said, and you asked me, I said, no, I got to do it because he's always giving me love no matter what. even if we just shooting the shit just to shoot it. We did it. Like I don't sit here and be like, oh man, I'm about to do da da, because look, man, I love love. I love
Yeah.
people.
Yeah.
I love I love seeing people win
Yeah.
and be successful. There's nothing better than that, especially when it comes down to the Black community. I'm really serious about that. If I can be a seed, just
Mm.
a mustard seed, and that's all I need to be,
Yeah.
and I got power. If I can be
Yeah.
a mustard seed of giving real music back to the people again,
Yeah.
then thank you, Lord, for making me one of the seed planters that can start sprouting that real R&B, not this institutionalized R&B that people are doing now,
Yeah.
right? That give you that real. Look, all I can say, look, for everybody that love Damion or care about Damion or even care about me being part of Guy, thank you. For those that really are not just being followers and listening to some narrative, I want to say thank you for listening to this interview when it come out. If it ain't live now, I don't know what it is, but
No, it's coming out
um,
next week. Yeah.
yeah, when it come out, that when you listen to it, that you hear me
Mm.
and you don't judge me, because
Yeah.
man can't judge me. Only God can judge me. So I
Yeah.
wouldn't care if you judge me anyway. At the end of the day, I hope you hear me
Yeah.
and you understand that all I want to do is give you music that you can love, is give you an opportunity to get to know me, for me outside of Guy, for you to hear me uh, speak my truth and my disappointment in one of my group members who I love, who I want to be great, but I don't want you knocking me and my brother for the sake of your platform or um, your ability to be placed because of your PR, to be placed in the facets where you can have people hear this story that's not true. Know that we love you, bro. I'm not just speaking that. We love you. If we didn't, it'd be a different facet right now going on.
Mm.
We love you. I want the best for you. I don't give a fuck. Now let me say this. I don't give a fuck about that Guy 2.0 shit. It's trash. And let me say that, because now we just spoke about when I did the Black Street, and I didn't say nothing negative about Black Street, and they edited. I don't want you to edit this. You got to edit this. He shouldn't do Guy 2.0. It's trash. Will always be trash to me. The same way I said Guy's the best group. Guy 2.0 is trash. They're not us. They're not Teddy, Aaron, and Damion. They're this other Teddy. I don't even think it's real Teddy. I think, you know what? I don't think that's Teddy in that group. I think it's a different Teddy. Because real Teddy wouldn't do that, because he knows better than doing that. So I'm going to count him as, people say, yo, I don't think that's the real Jamie Foxx. I don't think that's the real Kevin Hart. I don't think that's the real Teddy Riley. I really believe that it's somebody acting like him, wanting to paint the narrative against the real group. And Teddy is a real member of Guy. The Hall brothers ain't got neck. We never team up to go against him. We've never done that. We would never do that. If you fuck with us, then we ain't got to team up. I'm just gonna come to you. And if we fuck with you, you should come to us. You and your brother, Markel, and who anybody else you may have, should come to me. Markel, I love you, and I'll kill for what y'all said. Let me say that and make that known. Y'all know how I get down, because we spoke before at Brooklyn Theater. Me, you, and Akil spoke on the side. You know what I said. You know I don't sugarcoat nothing, bro. I don't fear nobody. Never will. Um, I love everybody because life is short, bro. It's too. Life is short. We here and we gone. So many of us have lost loved ones during COVID, after COVID. People dying every day now. It's so crazy. Why are we sitting here talking bad about each other when we can be helping each other and building each other up? I don't know. And I'm being repetitive throughout this, because if something was to happen to Teddy, it would hurt me. So I always tell my kids and tell people in relationships and people in marriages and stuff, and people that say, that's my friend. And then they got nerve to be, I can't stand her. I can't stand him. What happens if you can't speak to him no more?
Mm.
If they're not here, how would you feel? And if you can say to yourself, I won't give a fuck, fuck him, fuck her.
Mm.
If you can say that and mean it, then you really don't care about me. Cool. I can't say that. It would kill me if something was to happen to Teddy, if something had to happen to my brother.
Mm.
And I think it would kill them if something was to happen to me. So I don't have time to be talking about you when I want the best for you. I don't have time to talk about you when we should be making money instead of making storylines and headlines, especially negative headlines. Nobody wants to, you creating the headlines. Nobody wants to create those headlines, bro. All we want to do is make money and create a legacy, continue the legacy and build the legacy better now than it ever been built before. In the last 4 years, New Edition legacy is really getting the kudos it should get.
Yeah.
And when they get into the Hall of Fame, because they will get into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, then there you go. Well deserved. Champions, kings, well deserved. Do I say guys should get there one? Absolutely. Yes, we should. We should have a star. We should have yes, we should. Absolutely. But we don't, because if you have somebody painting a narrative, nobody feels they should fight for you to get it. They thinking y'all not cool with each other, so why should we be cool and try to do this? Yeah. All it takes is one time people uniting and going, man, let's leave all the riffraff over here and let's do what we do here. And if you don't like me, listen, don't like me after the show. Don't like me after we're on Jimmy Fallon and doing the residency. But when it's time to meet and do what we need to do, let's be businessmen and let's do it.
Yeah.
You ain't gotta like me. I love you. You ain't gotta like me. It's cool. But I love you, bro. And I want us to be able to do things with each other. Because the thing's gonna be, what would our legacy be? Man, Guy was everything at one time. I'm not. Listen, I'm going to have another legacy. I'm about to show y'all what this legacy going to be.
Amen.
I'm about to have one. I appreciate you, bro. Look, halftime chat. You as my brother. Listen, man, I wish you the best in everything you do, bro. Continue your success. Thank you for the platform. I'm going to always be here for you one way or the other. I promise you that. And when I do become number one,
yes,
and y'all talking to the number one artist in the world, I don't care if it lasts a week or a day. Listen, when I become that, then you're going to be saying, I'm talking to the number one artist that came out with it. That's it.
We're looking forward to that, definitely.
Thank you, bro.
Thanks, David. So, yes, in May, guys, once the album drops, we're going to do our live review of the album, but we'll also get David back on so that we can ask questions. So he's hyped it up so much. We're looking forward to every inch of this to really celebrate it. So that's going to be a legacy this year to look forward to. So we definitely
yes, sir.
Waiting for Christmas this summer.
Get ready. I love, man. God bless your fans. God bless your audience and everything you do for music, bro. And let me say this, then I digress. Thank you for giving other voices that you've been given, because you've been giving people that haven't been seen in a minute a voice to speak and to speak their truth and to come out. And what I love about you is you give people the opportunity to talk. They're either going to talk themselves into a fucking hole, or they're going to talk themselves into greatness. But you give them the opportunity to talk, and you assess. You're like, okay, yeah, I said it, not me, right? I really appreciate that. That you do that. I think everybody should be aware of what they say. I think you're gonna, for years to come, you're gonna blow up and be phenomenal. I'm gonna talk to you about coming on my network, being one of the things. You come on my network and be seen in 164 countries through Hall of Fame television. Just first time I mentioned it. This is the first. So I have Hall of Fame television on Roku. The summer's going to be real strong. Going to be all things Damion, all things that Damion want on his station. But it's 24/7 streaming. I can stream whatever I want to stream.
Wow.
Let it be seen as many times I want it to be seen. It's subscribers. Those people that have not become my friends on IG, go to Damion Hall, Damion Hall, HALL _ guy. You go Facebook, it's the same thing. You know, follow. There's other things that are gonna come out for the YouTube and my website that I'm gonna give soon. Yeah, that's gonna be really where you can really see everything. I have a YouTube page and all that. We really setting up everything real cool, and we'll see how the fan base go. See how everything flow.
Yeah.
Look, it's fun for me. I'm gonna be happy. I'm just excited that God gave me the opportunity to do it and to be able to present myself. And I thank people like yourself that give me a platform to be able to talk. One thing you're always going to get from Damien is the truth.
Yes.
Is the truth. One way or the other, you can accept it, not accept it, believe it, not believe it, is on you. Um, but I know I can look in the mirror and I can look you in the eye and I can say what I said in your
Yeah.
face and be okay with it. So thank you.
I appreciate it.
And thank your crew. Thank your crew, VJ, and I forget everybody's name, but
Yes, as
um,
Andrew and Stevie, yes.
Andrew, yeah, Steve, yo, God bless y'all, man. Keep doing what y'all do. Like I said, I cannot wait. I met VJ years ago, first through William, and then we became friends and talked, and then just chilled, and I stopped talking to people, not for any reason. I've always paid attention, and I met you, and then y'all always, and I'm not shocked. Y'all all associate with each other, so that wasn't a shock to me, because I think birds of a feather do flock together, and I think God will bring the right people in your circle that's needed, right?
Yeah.
Um, and He did when it come to y'all, and to love New Jack Swing and to love music the way y'all love it. I think people should respect that, because a lot of people don't love it anymore, and respect it. Y'all at least break it down and give real credence to it, good, bad, or otherwise. I think it's great. And like I said, I can't wait for y'all to hear my music. And offline, I'll send you stuff just so you can hear real quick, so you can be like, oh, you know what I'm saying?
Well, I look forward to that, definitely.
You understand? Yeah, I'll definitely do that for you. But thank you, man. Thank you, and
Yeah.
thank you to all your listeners. I love y'all. Thank you for giving God the opportunity. We're not over. Trust me. Death will have to partake our soul for God to be over. It will. You will see us again, no matter what anybody
Amen.
says.
Amen.
You will see us again. Until then, accept Damion Hall of Fame Entertainment. Accept Perfect Designer when it come out. And if it's good, I want y'all to spread the word and go nuts on it, because it's going to be something special. And my brother, continue praying for him. When you see me, you see him. I always say that. When you hear me talk, um, I'm talking in parts, not for him, but he's part of my soul and part of my spirit. So if I'm okay, he's okay. It's always going to be that way. And when it's time for him to talk, he will talk. And when it's time for you to hear him again, you will hear him again.
Amen.
Um, and y'all keep on supporting Teddy, man, on some real shit. Like, keep on supporting him doing the right thing, but don't support stupidity and the nonsense. Just support for the love of him and for his book and for what he's presenting. But don't accept that Guy 2.0 shit, because Guy 2.0 is not Guy. Accept it if he calls it something else and he does an album with them. Go ahead and give it the opportunity if it comes out with good music. But don't accept it as Guy 2.0, because Aaron and Damien, we want Guy to stay together.
Yeah.
And we want to do Guy with Teddy. Um, so there's nothing else to say about that, except I love them. I love y'all. I love the fans for almost close to 40 years for me. And my brother, I love y'all for holding us down and just for being able to embrace what I'm about to give to y'all. So
Yeah.
thank you.
Thanks, David. Looking forward to
All right.
it.
God
Okay.
bless you, bro.
Thanks a lot.
Halftime chat.
Yes.
All love, baby.
Thanks, Aaron.
Peace.
Bye. Hey guys, thanks for watching. Thanks for being a part of Halftime Chat. Please remember to subscribe, share, and comment. But most importantly, why don't you become a member of Halftime Chat? We've got amazing videos, amazing perks, and being able to support the channel. But anyway, thanks for watching. Take care.
I never participated in that kind.
And somewhere in between
us for even loving us.
On which I did miss you really.
What was it like growing up?
She's still making an impact on 4 houses down.
I have a couple of pieces.
Trying to get this one and that one.
That works for you, but just for me,
No, okay.
They don't understand what Jodeci's voice is winning all spirits.
Play it.
and all these guys, they all work together.
I mean, I love all different genres.